Back again for the third time. Once again, another random blue screen. I think it's a Windows issue at this point. I know that there was just a Windows update recently, and I guess my PC's just not happy about it. Oh, goodness. Because, I mean, I ran a RAM test. RAM is totally fine. Did a disk check. SSD is totally fine. What I've seen, it does not look like the CPU is overheating at all. CPU and the GPU are both staying well under 40 degrees Celsius. So it's not cooling. Maybe it's the power supply. I thought before, whenever my AC went off, that was acting up, but I just turned the AC off altogether. I just have the fan running, so I'm not getting any spikes in my power. I just have no clue. The only thing that I can think of left is the solid state drive itself. So maybe it's time to buy a new SSD. Maybe the Samsung Pro is my issue. Which would be a bummer because the thing is super fast. And it's the only time the PC ever crashes is when I'm live streaming, funny enough. Which is really? It's like the one time I don't want it to. Alright, where were we? I was drawing on a bunch of the Stillwater stuff that are on offense again. We had some nice run plays here. I'm just going to see if I can find CPU. Let's see if AMD can just monitor this thing for me. CPU Z, it's looking over everything. Yes, socket 1 is the only socket I have, so that would be nice. Multiplier. Yeah, see, the CPU looks absolutely fine. Chipset. X670 revision. That all looks totally fine with the motherboard, too. Picking everything up. DR5, yep. RAM's all looking good. That's all good. Just the RAM, that's all fine. What program? So I have a built-in CPU-Z that came with my Ryzen CPU. So yeah, I can just look at everything for me. It's really nice. And MSI also has one that's built in with the motherboard. I don't think that comes standard with everybody, but it is nice for this. And it'd be nice if my PC would stop crashing. Like I said, I'm 90% certain it's a Windows thing because everything hardware-wise, all the tests that I've run, it looks like hardware is running perfectly fine. So, might have to start pointing the finger at Windows here. Oh, unless I see a random spike in my CPU temperature, or maybe I shouldn't have damaged pins. I haven't opened this thing up since I built it. Well, I won't say I haven't opened it up. I have not removed the CPU since building it, so yeah, who knows? Strange, but it do be like that. See what else MSI has. And it was crashing before the Game Boy emulator, so I know it's not that. Although it is funny, I did install an old Game Boy emulator. Hmm. Huh. Yeah, CPU fan isn't really going too hard. Emulator, yeah. No, I gotta run some emulators, man. So I should be clear. Even though it's an emulator running the program, I'm not playing pirated versions of the old Pokemon games. I still have all the old cartridges. It's just most of the save batteries are starting to die on them. And I didn't want to lose all my save data. So I have a Game Boy reader and writer. It's USB. Plug it into PC. Rip ROMs of the official games that I already paid for. And then I can just play them on PC through the emulator. And then I don't have to worry about save batteries dying. I guess the only thing I have to worry about is the PC crashing. But yeah, actually not too shabby. But let's get back to watching our good buddies over here at Stillwater and Lakeville North. Goodness. You know what, I'm actually going to bring that same thing I just had back up, just because I do want to monitor that CPU temperature, just in case that might be something that's irritating me. We'll see. Doesn't look like it is. This is weird, though. It says the CPU is only running at, like, 50 degrees, 40... Motherboard itself's only at 38. Yeah. I don't know. That tells me it's most likely Windows that's giving me attitude. Grr. Oh well. Back to Stillwater we go. So they're driving on Lakeville North. Lakeville North will not budge. I think this is the Braden Owens sack. We saw that. Coming back at it with power. Yep. This is the touchdown run. Yeah, this is just bad tackling on Lakeville North's part. Mr. Forsgren almost is able to get back there, but remember, he's been playing a ton of offense too, so his legs aren't the freshest. And just like that, Stillwater is right back in this game. Man, what is with all that weird green stuff going on? Yeesh. What is this guy doing? Is that like a camera or a microphone? With the plastic bag? Oh. Man, some weird stuff happening over at Lakeville North. Look, Stillwater was so unprepared to score a touchdown. They're missing 2 guys. They only have 7 on the front line. They're missing both of the H-backs or tight ends on each side. Actually, not each side. You have 1, 2, 3 here and then an H-back. And then you only have, yeah, 4. You should have center 3 and 3, right? Center. No, it should be center 4 and 4. Oh, they're missing a ton of guys. Guard tackle, guard tackle. You have 7, 8, 9. Yeah, they need 2 more up in here. No sauce, Stillwater. Still not. Same play. They're just going to kick it? They don't even care? They got 1 kid that came out. I still think they only have 10 on the field. I could be wrong on the right side. Oh, they hit an extra point with only 10. I'm pretty sure there's only 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. Did I count them wrong? Those are 2 kids. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Excuse me, 9, 10. Yeah, there's only 10. Okay. I'm not stupid. Coach Lance smart. All right, North back on offense. Stillwater at least is on the board, 14-7. And there's still a lot of time left in this game. Maybe North will hit the ground running again. Yeah. They're in 12 personnel. They're in a pro slot. Tight end here, H-back top side. Interesting set. Stillwater's still doing some stemming up front, making it tough for them. And they throw a quick wide receiver screen. Huh? I think the whole logic is Stillwater's been playing cover 3 the whole game, and they're like, oh, we can just make that. But look at how fast Stillwater reads that. And again, think about the teams you're playing against. If you pull something like that on like a Prior Lake or even, not as much as shock people, like an Egan, they're not used to seeing that. You're going to cook them with that. But calling that against Stillwater, who sees wide receiver screens and things like that all the time out of spread offenses, like, what? That's not the team you want to call that against. They're used to that. Come on, Stillwater. That's not Stillwater. Come on, North. What are we doing? And they still gained 4 yards on it. That's unbelievable. Same formation. We're bringing a motion across. What did they run this? Is that power? Who did they pull? They pull a backside guard, but he's going up the middle. It looks like it's supposed to be power. So, remember, I think it was the Egan Edina stream. I talked about how some of the first down plays, Egan looked confused as to whether they were running zone dive or inside veer. I'm getting the same thing, because it looks like guard's pulling around as if it's power, and when they do that, he's supposed to have the kick out block down, he pulls around, next man inside, run right there. That's what it's supposed to be, but for some reason, the H-back fills inside too. And look, he's looking at Sam like, I wonder if I did the right thing there. Oops, probably not. That's the same kid that was just trying to chase the touchdown. He's already back out on the field on offense. Oh, that's rough. Here we go. 31 wing slot. Balanced. We have tight end up here. Guard tackle. Now we're getting into bread and butter. And it's 3rd and 4. Yep, 3rd and 4. Whole playbook is open right now. Let's see what they got going on. No, don't do belly. No, they did play action. Oh, but once again, it's thrown too low. Oh, no. Any South kids got D1 offers? I don't think so. Also appreciate the hearts and football in chat as well. I don't know if any of our current kids have D1 rosters or offers. I know we have a kid in 2027 that has an Iowa State offer. I think we have one that's already committed to Air Force. So I guess those are 2 kids playing D1. Yeah, I don't know. See if the PC behaves. I think those are the only 2 D1 kids off the top of my head. I don't know about any others. We'll see. We'll probably have a lot more as our juniors get a lot of playing time this year. I keep watching this, but where does the flat come from? The backfield? Again, you've seen number 10 and number 11 have blitzed the entire game. It's like if Ripplinger's not going to pick him up, and again, you're in wing slot, you motion the man that's supposed to block him or cover him. Do I think Maple Grove is going to be good this year? Asks chat. Yeah, it's actually funny. I was actually talking with Coach Spurrell about this. I'm like, so you guys going to run it back? And he's like, hey, that'd be the dream and ideal. I don't know about, I think they'll still be good. 2 years, I think, is when they're going to have a dip. Their incoming junior class is definitely not as good as the last few classes they've had. So I think 2026, you're going to see a Maple Grove dip a little bit. But, I mean, they still have an incredible coaching staff. They have a great strength program. They've won 2 of the last 3 state titles. Like, Maple Grove is still going to be good. The only other part of that I'd have to consider is they are still playing in the Metro West. I'm trying to remember. You've got, obviously, Edina and Minnetonka over there. You now have Moorhead. EP is still a thing. And then I guess Wyzetta and STMA are also there. And as we saw earlier, Wyzetta is pretty darn well coached. So, yeah, I don't know. Anything could happen. I mean, if you think about it, you've got Edina, Minnetonka, Maple Grove. A lot of people are predicting to be the top 3 seeds out of the Metro West, which is crazy because that means either a Moorhead or an Eden Prairie is going to be a 4 seed. And the other of which is going to be a 5. Like, wow. That's just a loaded section over there for playoffs. But yeah, I guess we'll see how it plays out. I still think Maple Grove will be good. I think Minnetonka's probably going to be the better team this year. Minnetonka should win the Week 8 matchup if they stay healthy. We'll see about that. But yeah, Minnetonka's probably the favorite, I'd say, at this point to win 6A. Caden Harney, 2026. Yes, Caden Harney is 2026. That is the Maple Grove quarterback, and he will be a senior this year, finally. Committed to South Dakota State, I believe. He's going to be a Jackrabbit. All right, wait. So, yeah, that's pretty much what I know about Maple Grove. They'll still be solid. I guess we'll see how everything plays out, though. It's hard to say until I start seeing a lot of the teams match up week 1 and see how things are going to go. Who is it? I know that Maple Grove plays Stillwater week 1 and then Mounds View week 3. So, you know, ideally they should win both those games. I forget who they play week 2, but, you know, they have It's going to be someone in their conference. Do I? You know what? I might still have it. I got it right over here. Let's take a peek at Maple Grove schedule. Oh, week 2 at home versus Eden Prairie. I mean, I could see those two being wins. That's a win. That's a win. So they're at least going to win 4 games. Like, obviously, EP, like the Edina and the Minnetonka, I don't know. Those are question marks. They should beat EPs. You know, that's theoretically 5-2 at worst. Maybe 5-3, because if you think about it, I think I talked about this on either a previous stream or maybe it was one of the podcasts with Caleb. Maple Grove having to travel all the way up there to Moorhead is wild. Maple Grove has never had to travel far for 6A games. They never had to go down to Rochester Mayo. I don't think they ever had to go up to play Brainerd. So they've really never been outside the metro to play football. I think, yeah, like the furthest they've gone, I don't even think they've matched up with Lakeville South in the regular season. I don't think they matched up with North or Farmington for that matter. Maybe Lakeville North's the furthest away from the Twin Cities they've been. Who knows? Or, you know what? I think out to Stillwater is actually the furthest. I guess we'll see. But, yeah, I don't know. Maple Grove will still be good. Obviously, they'll still be above 500. I just don't know how some of those tougher games like versus Minnetonka or at Edina are going to go. Or at Moorhead. I think those are probably the 3 Maple Grove games I'm going to be having my eye on. But they'll still be good. And again, that's not as much as I think Maple Grove's going to take a step back because they do have a lot of seniors graduating. It's more so they're just playing in that insane Metro West conference. Let's see. Boom. That's right. I wanted to look at the tackle here. So Mr. Ripplinger catches the ball low. He's off balance. He keeps his balance. And the inside linebacker over pursues. Look at this. He's aiming outside hip instead of inside hip. Oh. How do I define a blue blood program? You know, I'm not too familiar with the term blue blood program. If you mean like hard-working team, blue-collar type. Funny enough, the demographics of Lakeville North are not necessarily that. But I do believe Coach Vossen treats it like that. So Lakeville North is probably the closest to a blue-collar team we have. Maybe a Centennial, and not as much in the community, but again, more so in the work ethic. They're going to be the most physical team. They're super hardworking. Top programs in Minnesota. Oh, just top programs in general. See, that's hard to say. We're kind of in I want to say a little bit of a weird era of parity. I'd almost disagree with that because I know that in Randy Shaver's 2024 bracket announcement for 6A, they were talking about we're kind of in an era of parity because we've had like different state champions for the last few years, with a good legacy too. Okay, so with good legacies, obviously Eden Prairie, they haven't had as much success recently, but they've been good. And think about like an similar team, Burnsville. You want to talk about a team that dominated the 80s and 90s? The Burnsville Blaze. Nowadays, not looking so good for Burnsville. Stillwater's been a consistent program. They haven't been back to state in back to the Prep Bowl in quite a while, but they were pretty dominant. EP's been around for a long time. Minnetonka, I don't think has won a state title, but they're pretty darn consistently good. Maple Grove's a bit more recent. We should play COD or Madden sometime. No, my Call of Duty days are long gone. I don't play Call of Duty anymore. Games have not been good since 2012. 2019 was a little bit of a bright spot with Modern Warfare, and then I did enjoy Black Ops Cold War, and then it just all went to crap after that. Vanguard was a joke. Modern Warfare 22, like, completely jaded me. I was like, wow, I was so hyped for this, and it just completely let me down. So, yeah. And then I didn't even bother with Modern Warfare 23. We all knew what that was. It was an expansion to 22 that was turned by force into a full complete game. And then there's all this, and then by that point I just didn't care about COD, so I didn't buy Black Ops 6. And now all the stuff's coming out about all the AI junk that's going on with that game. All right, you know what? Now that I'm analyzing this a little bit further, I saw where the flat receiver was supposed to be. It's supposed to be Reese Hunt in the flat out here coming across the backside. That's what they like to do. But Stillwater does a great job. Again, it's a defensive end getting a push here. He gets out. He gets a push. That messes Reese Hunt. He can't get a clean release across. He bumps into his own tackle. And he's toasted. Yeah. Oh, Stillwater. I'm surprised an inside linebacker's making this. But again, why are we always blitzing the outside linebacker? If we don't blitz him, especially because look at where number 5 goes. Why is he going all the way over here? If this is your blitzing outside linebacker, stay there and cover underneath. If it's man coverage, he's going with that man. First of all, good job, North, for identifying that. Stillwater. Come on. Giving up the flat. And I mean, like, that's what North wants to do. Oh, just play zone, take away the boot and the flood of North, and that's all they have. Maybe they'll throw a fade if they're feeling zesty. That's about it. Ooh, all right. So North gets the first down. We're in 13 double slot. Are they going to run stretch to the wide side? Do it. Yeah. How predictable. Okay, Stillwater. Did number 11 blow it up? He stays on the edge. No, a D lineman blows it up. Is it the nose guard again? Defensive end gets a piece of him here. 84, I think that is. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then 11 helps to clean it up, but 84 got the pressure. See what happens when you stay in your spots, Stillwater outside linebackers? 11 takes the edge, forces it back inside. 84 is there to bump them, and then they all wrap up and they float the ball. That's solid defense. Great job. All right. Oh, no, wing slot. All right, still single back. I thought Reese Hunt was going back there as a fullback to do eye stuff, but no, he's not. Ooh, CPU temp just went up to 47. Let me see here. Are they... Yeah, they're balanced wing slot because you got the tight end down here. And they're passing on second and long. It's a hitch. Lakeville North completed a pass. Whoa. Oh, I don't like all that green on the screen. You know what's also notable? They're chewing game clock. I just looked down there in the bottom corner. We got less than 5 minutes left in the third quarter. They're giving some sauce. They go right back to stretch. Again, they got a lot of success. Oh, no, they didn't have success. Stretch didn't work. So it's weird they go right back to it. But look at the blocks, the point of attack. Reese Hunt definitely messes up. He looks back inside instead of continuing. Oh, well, that's why, because they held the inside backer there. But if Mr. Hunt keeps reaching where he's supposed to, this is almost like a weird lead, because he blocks out, he blocks down, he goes up. It looks more like a lead instead of a stretch. Strange. I'm going to assume that's more of a lead, North. We'll call that a lead. If it was stretch, they'd be reach blocking, and yeah, you know what? It's more of a lead or a, like, sweep, maybe. It's definitely not stretch, because with stretch, they were all reach blocking, and those O-linemen are definitely blocking down. So, no reach here, no stretch here. Wing slot again, 13 personnel. Ooh, were they about to throw a flag on something? I couldn't tell. 22 dive or 32 dive. Didn't the QB for Stillwater go to Ohio or something like that? Yes, Nick Kinsey, number 8, he transferred to a school in Ohio, so he will not be on Stillwater's roster next season. Which is why I'm interested in watching a lot of this I formation stuff Stillwater did this past season, because I think that's what they're going to do offensively this season. Although their 9th grade team so there are kids that are going to be sophomores and there are kids that are going to be juniors, haven't lost a single game in their high school careers from what I know. So they got some good classes coming up. But then again, if you look at Stillwater's strength of schedule, hard to say. But obviously they got good lower level football over there. There's no doubt about that. We'll just see if that translates to varsity and what skills those kids bring. Another important transfer, Owen Eggy, the wide receiver number 15. He left Stillwater and transferred to Edina. It looks like he's more of a route runner. His blocking definitely is not there, or the effort on run plays, which, maybe it's just week 1 jitters, but yeah, definitely has not been there from what I've seen on film thus far. What do we got this time? They ran a comeback, but it's covered. Ain't no way. Yeah, he didn't catch that. Again, isn't NIL legal in Minnesota now? So for high school football, there actually are no current rules against NIL money. The Minnesota State High School League does not have any policies for or against it. So theoretically, you could do whatever you wanted with NIL at high school. Eventually, I think the State High School League will start talking about it. I know they don't want high school football to become like college football. But, yeah. I know the state high school league is currently wrapped up. I don't know if it's like a full lawsuit. It might be, but with the whole like allowing trans athletes to participate in like male versus female sports, I know that's been a big talking point. Just someone says they're paying Owen Eggy off. I don't know about that. Funny enough, I made a joke about that in the podcast I did with Minnesota High School Network because he mentioned Owen Eggy was going from Stillwater to Edina, and I was like, wasn't that the kid from STMA like 2 years ago? Apparently, yeah. Well, then again, after watching STMA's spread offense, no wonder a wide receiver wants to leave. They keep calling stretch, and he doesn't block anyway, let alone on run plays, so not a good match there for him. I don't know what NIL money he'd be getting over at Edina. I don't know, maybe like a cake shop or something is sponsoring him. Buy Owen Eggy cupcakes. Who knows? Oh, yeesh. But yeah, this is a really weird comeback, getting back to the North film. The line does not... See how this O-lineman is at 1 yard downfield? He's allowed 1 yard, so even though he's a little bit past it, still within the gray area, not going to get called. North loves, kind of like Shakopee, they'll do like single wide receiver routes like this, but it's weird because look, you have 9 guys blocking only 1 route, and Stillwater's all over it. Like, that's a team that's used to passing. You know them cake eaters got bread. They got some real sweet bread over there. They got cake. I guess we'll see. I get to go visit Edina week 6, so when was I on the podcast? So if you go to the Minnesota High School Football Network channel, Caleb actually had me on for 2 of his episodes. MNHS Football Network. So if you go to Caleb's channel here, these 2 videos, picking 6A matchups and then breaking down class realignment and all that. As you see, there's me and there I am. So yeah, it was really nice working with him. We have another one that we're planning on doing. Not going to give details on it yet. We're just trying to find a time to record it together. And once we do, it's going to be a banger. Okay, like I was saying earlier in the previous part, if you get Lakeville North to go into 11 personnel on 3rd and 9, you're doing some good stuff. That means their run game's not working. They now have to do something they're not familiar with. Oh, they covered Reese Hunt in the flat. Oh, and I want to see this inside backer stay with the dig if you're following his eyes. Dig's coming across. So, almost there. Do you miss coaching me? Mr. Rich, I don't want to say I necessarily miss coaching any student athlete because the whole goal is that I get to coach you and then you get to go off to bigger and better things in life. So I'd like to think you're off to bigger and better things in life. Because I'm always going to have the next generation to coach and prepare for. The real fun part of coaching is seeing how successful you all become after that or how it has impacted you positively. Ooh, nice punt. Stillwater's pinned back deep. Are they coming out 10 personnel? Nope, they're in I-backs. And you know what's funny? Look at how delayed it was to get those 2 out there. It's like, hey, what are we running? Oh, we're doing the I stuff? All right, bet. Yeah, I just don't think Stillwater was prepared to run I formation this game at all. Power. Yes, sir. They go back to it. Ooh, it's sort of there. Number 1 made a bad read. Do we have a double team at the point of attack? No. We don't. And you know why? What did Lakeville North do? No, they're still in their nickel package. 3. He's a nickel, but they stacked one of the nickels on the line. So they're at least adjusting. They're not getting out of their nickel package, but they are stacking one of the nickels down in the box. And he ran upfield to do nothing. I shouldn't say do nothing. The one nice part about this is the fullback now has to try and take him. And, oh my goodness, they also scooted the D-line over this way. See how you have a 2 now? He's either in a 3 or a shade there. It's hard to say. Maybe he's in a 2. And then Mr. Owens out here is in a 6. So you have a 2-2-6. They slid everybody over that way. Very smart. Now you're covering both the pulling guards. And what does it do? Like I talked about earlier with Stillwater doing this against North. Now there's no double team at the point of attack. That's Braden Owens. If you're not going to double team him, that's creating problems. The pulling guard now has to double him. Can't get up around inside the backer. And the corner actually makes a really good play here. Look, this is like a Forest Lake corner play right here. Coming up, able to hold his ground, attacks the hip, and makes the tackle. That's nice. Love to see play like that. All right, what does Stillwater got next? That was a solid gain on... It wasn't the best play, but, you know, they got solid yardage. Unbalanced again. A lot of unbalanced die. Don't do the stretch. It's power. And they... How? How did we miss who we needed to block? Is this supposed to be a trap or a kick out? What was this? There's a nice double team here at the point of attack if it is power. Look at that. Block down on the 2 technique here. Double teaming 90. Mr. Owens is kicked out on the backside. Big nose guard, 97. That is an absolute mammoth of a human being. He gets washed down. What does a tight end do here, though? And once again, that's a receiver out there. Number 4, he's not blocking either of these guys. That's an outside backer, and that's a pretty big nickel. We've seen before they struggle to block number 5. Why are you making that kid go out and try and block them? And then the tight end blocks down to backer. He doesn't do anything. So that leaves the pulling guard and the fullback to take both of them. Neither of them end up taking the linebacker. Look at that, 49's unblocked. Oh, he whiffs, but he's unblocked. And he goes, it's not like he's like cutting underneath them or going up top around him. He literally goes right through the 2 of them. I don't know how he doesn't make that tackle. It looks like he was just playing high and flat-footed and running upfield. Breakdown. And he just missed. North eventually comes and fills, but by that point, Stillwater almost has a first down. Emilio's really good at the yards after contact here. He's like an old, young Jordan Howard. He just keeps the legs churning and keeps pushing forward. Oh, North is switching kids on defense. Mr. Krause came out. I don't know if that's Coach Vossen himself calling the defense. I'm assuming they have another defensive coordinator. I want to see what his hand signal for prowl is, because I don't think they called prowl here. No, they didn't. He called some kind of blitz. Stand-up end, 2 outside backers, 5. Nope, they're still in a nickel package. They won't budge out of nickel. Oh, someone jumped. Oh, yeah, the right guard jumped. Yep, right there. He saw it. Oh, that's rough, Stillwater. Penalties kill games. You get 5 yards, you get a first down, then you give it right back off a penalty. Hit. Oop. Decent catch. We'll take that. Going out now. Oh, they ran toss. But who do they pull? They didn't pull anybody. Oh. Take note here, STMA, how to run a toss. And you know what's funny? Look at this. He opens the correct way on the toss. So why is it when they run the fake toss and they run the belly there and fake toss, he opens that way? Again, you're opening the wrong way to set up your own run plays. That's just confusing. Number 10 gets a kick out there. Yep, he just rides him out, comes underneath. Oh, you gotta... If you're gonna kick him out, watch number 10 here. He engages, but he's got both hands inside. What he needed to do was get his right hand there on the shoulder pad, his left hand inside. That way he's turning that shoulder outward. Turning him out there. Because if you leave him as is, he's going to fight back inside and help make the play. Which he does. Now you're in 3rd and 11. And Stillwater is in an I formation. Okay, it's got to be a straight drop back pass. There's no way they're running play action. Because it's not going to fool anybody. Nobody thinks it's play They did run play action. They tried to set up a screen. Ain't no way. And it actually worked. That's incredible. So they set up a fullback screen here. Off of counter, a play they haven't even run yet. And this is a nice, look at this, they tried to set up 2 screens. They called a fake tight end screen out here, then an actual fullback screen. And it works wonders against Lakeville North because they're such an aggressive team. At least they got a nice shove on the quarterback there. What about downfield blocking? What are the O-linemen doing? 67 does really nothing. That's a solid block there. 78 misses the guy he's supposed to block. He's trying to chase down number 2, when in reality, just get the guy coming up at the sticks to make the tackle. He almost blows it, but Fullback for Stillwater makes a great play there. Gold star number 21. We got power dialed up again. Yep. Or is it? Yeah, it's power. He has the kick out. Again, fullback is working the wrong half the man. See, I was engaging outside half the man. You can't do that. If you have a kick out on power, gotta be on this half the man, turning him out that way. So that's not good technique. How did North get through? Where's the double team? No double team here. No double team there. Once again, the tight end abandons the defensive end, and you leave a tackle one-on-one. Thankfully, the North kid misses, but, oh no. Oh, no. Big 97 got off the block. He's coming. Oh, and he fumbled the ball. That's a lot of meat falling on you. Did 97 call? Who caused this fumble? 97 did. Look at that. You wanted to stop blocking the big man. He came through and punched the ball out. That's crazy. I guess good morning. It is after midnight. Yes, it is. I still have another game after this. We'll see if I can get to the White Bear. I said I'd get to the White Bear one. I'll try and get through as much of it as I can. This one's almost done. Wow. And again, that just comes back to effort and keeping on the play. Like, why would you just stop blocking 90? Look at it. He just gives up. Is this the right tackle? No, it's the center. Look at the center here. He's like, oh yeah, Emilio ran by me. Yeah, whatever, I give up. Play's not over, dude. And then you give up. Yeah, see, as soon as you gave up, the guy you gave up on went and forced the fumble to make the play. Oh, boy. All right, North back on offense. They're in 11 personnel? North, it's still a one-score game. Get back in 13 double slot and go run the ball. Did I ever see Coach F at Prior Lake? You know what? I see Coach Fearing all the time at Prior Lake. Oh, Lord, high snap. Here we go. Why again, what did I just say North needs to do? Get back under center in 13 double slot and get back to running the football and running your bootlegs off of it. And what do? They go into shotgun, first play, high snap. Way over Riley's head. Do we at least recover it? We do, but that is a mile away. Yes, going back to Coach Fearing really fast, he is the DC. How's the man doing these days? I was just about to talk about that. He's doing pretty solid these days. He's the DC at Prior Lake, but he does not get to call their defense because Prior Lake is one of those teams where the head coach also calls plays for defense, that is. Actually, if I go to the 6A teams here really fast, that's a lot more common than you think. Head coach is the OC, head coach is the OC, head coach is the OC. I don't know about Champlin or Coon Rapids yet. Coon Rapids and Osseo are question marks. I know Coach, what's his name, Franz over at Rogers is a defensive-minded guy. I don't know if he calls the defense or not, though. Egan, I don't know. Eastview, I don't know. Farmington, I think Piper, no, oops. There. Farmington, I think, does. Prior Lake, DC does. Or, yeah, head coach is DC. Shaco, head coach is DC. Eastridge, head coach OC. Brad Beeskow is the OC at Forest Lake. Mounds View, no. I don't think Park is. Don't know about Roseville. Stillwater, no. Bo Labor's a defensive guy. Maybe he calls the defense. I don't know about the offense. I don't know about those three. Mike Grant doesn't. Maybe Jason Potts does. Coach Chauncey doesn't. I think Coach Spurrell might still call the defense. Mark Ash calls the offense. Kevin Feeney calls the offense. Lambert Brown calls the offense. So, I mean, that's almost half the teams in 6A where your head coach is essentially still one of the coordinators. Calling plays, we'll say. They're not they don't have the official title of coordinator, but they're calling plays. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, a little under half. I believe Woody calls the defense for Jefferson as head coach. There you go. There's another example. So yeah, you never know. It's always tough because, I mean, that's just so much responsibility on having to do head coaching duties and try to game plan for a side of the ball as well. It's just, yeah, it's a lot for one person to manage. So let's get back to North. Watch, we got 11 person. We have slot trips open here. Are they going to roll out to the left? They are. We got flood. A sort of a levels concept or flood, but instead of the wideout going deep, they have the two go deep, and the wideout does a whip. So you have level there. The whiteout kind of comes in and does that, and then it's the 2 that goes deep like that, and there's your backside post. So same concept, just design a little bit different. And Stillwater has it well covered. Look, covered, and then, yeah, Stillwater's DBs are locked in, man. Look at this. They actually are playing cover 4 against a 3x1 set. Nice. Definitely giving some props over to Stillwater there. Good coverage. And again, North, why are you going into a spread offense against Stillwater? They're used to seeing spread offenses. They play against one every day in practice. Like, very questionable here. Especially when you're only up by 7 late in the game. Oh, Riley, no. Do I remember Coach Hess? Absolutely I do. In fact, I still get recommended. I think I'm still friends with him on Facebook, and I get recommended that I add him on Snapchat, I think it is. I doubt he remembers me, but yeah, he's there. I want to say that he still coaches up at Fridley High School, 4A team, up by Mounds View and Irondale and all them. I think Totino Grace, funny enough, is another 4A team in that community. It's a big rivalry there between Fridley and TG. Did Stillwater send a stunt here? No. Look at it. This is why I don't like this. If you're going to call like an overlook, nose guard's got to be over here if he's going to be all the way in at 5. Because he's got to be out there. Your outside backer's apexed. So you rush these 4. You send an in. And if you're blitzing an inside backer, I see what they're trying to do here. But your nose guard has to get all the way over there. If the goal is for them to split that and him to come underneath, I kind of like the design here. Actually, no, because that's not what they do. They send him looping around. If you're sending him looping around, he's got to get down more, he's got to get down more, because they just leave a wide open look. Do I know where Coach Tommy is at these days? I don't know if he's still coaching. Last I heard, he moved out to California, I think, with his girlfriend. I don't know if he ever started coaching out there or not. I never hear from Coach Tommy. I don't know if I even still have his number. I imagine he probably is still coaching. He loves the game of football. Oh, Stillwater inside linebacker. What's this read? He spies a quarterback. Ripplinger gets a solid block on him. Yep, that's good job right there. That's not Ripplinger, is it? That's got to be. Is that 33? That's 27. It's a backup running back. Interesting. He gets a solid block there, and then they're like, was this a design QB draw? Or did they call fire or something? Because the O-line released upfield. This almost looks like it was a design quarterback draw. It is. Yeah, just like Blaine. Remember? What is your route? What is your route? What is your route? Like, they're not running any routes. It's 100% a quarterback draw. Yeah, look at 91. Mr. Owens is like, oh yeah, Riley's doing his thing. Oh, they want to... Yeah, some of them look like they wanted a flag there. It's not a penalty. Oh, Riley Grossman just threw him off. Stillwater rallies to the ball, though, and they eventually get him out of bounds. Oh, yeesh. Does number 12 know what side of the field he's on? Yeah, fourth quarter. All right, we're finally in the fourth quarter, in the home stretch of this one. Lakeville North just... They have to punt. They're punting out of their 12 personnel again, but going back to that drive... Like, this is where Lakeville North could have really started to put this game away if they just got their run game going out of 13 personnel. For no reason. They went into the spread. They had that stupid high snap, which you don't have if you're snapping under center. Maybe they were worried that Riley was going to fumble it if they snapped under center, like in the South game last year. Who knows? But yeah, that definitely, not a fan of the offensive game plan, that drive. Especially with the way the game is flowing. Not what I would have done. I was just like glancing over here, looking at my CPU temperature on my other monitor. It says it's just chilling at 46 this whole time, sort of up to 47 and then down to 45. It's not overheating. The motherboard is only at 39. Nothing of that is overheating. So it must have been a Windows issue, especially because it wouldn't boot into the BIOS. SSD came back clean. RAM test came back clean. Stillwater's backing out. We got an I-twins with stacked receivers. Love seeing that. Another motion across. They're going to run to that side. They ran counter. Look at this. A beautiful counter. It's counter tray. They pull both the guard and the tackle instead of a tight end. Dude, this is some Eden Prairie stuff right here. And look, he actually has a solid fake. See how, well, he opens this way like he's going to give off to the belly, and then sort of fakes a toss out there. He looks like he does a fake toss, then counters back that way. That's actually a really solid job by Emilio. Good handwork. The only problem is, where's the kick-out block on counter tray? The guard doesn't get a good kick-out block. Oh, I mean, he sort of gets there. He just, like, pushes him and shoves him. But look, where's his arms? He's shoulder tapping him. Get in there and attack. And then where does the tackle go? The tackle misses. Okay, tackle pulls around. You look at the next person inside. I gotta give Stillwater some credit here. We are getting a double team at the point of attack. Almost a triple team. I mean, you have to against 97. And you get up to backers, so that's all fine. But then who blocks the nickel? Yeah, and North's inside linebacker here is a really bad read. He's supposed to be reading out there. Instead, he jumps inside for no reason and takes himself out of the play. That leaves number 24, the Nichols, the only guy in the way. If tackle blocks him, they're gone. Tackle does not block him at all. Do I know where Coach Smith is these days? I do not know if Coach... So I know that when the year after I left, I think both Coach Smith and obviously Coach C retired. Coach Smith and Coach Knutson also both left. I don't know if those two are still doing stuff. I think Coach C is still working at Bethel. Or coaching at Bethel, I should say. And then Coach Smith, I have no idea. I think he teaches in the Shakopee School District. I don't know if he does anything for Shakopee football, though. And then Coach Knutson got a promotion at work, and he didn't have time to coach anymore. So, I don't think he's coaching at all. I don't know about any of the other former Jefferson guys. Counter tray, but yeah. And look, so going back to the whole guard kick-out block on counter tray here, because he doesn't get a good kick-out block, he just does a little shoulder tap. He gets in the way of the tackle, so the tackle can't get a clean look inside. Also, Stillwater, how did number 19 get through, you guys? We're so focused on triple teaming 97. Yeah, that's why. The tackle takes him. Tackle gets up to backer, but once backer comes across, double team, that would be the center is the next person to come across and get that backer, and he doesn't. So, yeah. Stillwater and Lakeville North centers are kind of my question marks. But, of course, I didn't realize, look at Emilio go. He's like, hey, blocking's not the best. I'm taking it into my own hands. Is Swartout the OC for Jefferson? I honestly have no idea. You know, I'm going to get rid of the Minnesota scores tabs. I'll get rid of the enrollment tabs. I don't really need that anymore. Bloomington Jefferson football coaches. Jefferson quarterback club. Maybe it's up here. Woody Bachman, head coach DC. Dahmen. Not sure who Ziegler or Dilger is. Kalina, I have no idea. Jefferson grad. Where's he from? Brought on by Woody. Former corner coach at Gustavus. Oh, cornerback at Gustavus. Played alongside Bo. Coach the team. Before transition, student coaching due to injury. Yes, sir. Dave Ladd, the man himself. Yeah, these three guys in a row here. Like, obviously I know who Damo is, but Columbus, Kalina, and Dilger, I've never heard of any of those three guys. Oh, here you go. Ryan Columbus, 2nd year, 17 years of coaching experience, played football, UW Eau Claire. Rise. That is the first time I've seen a name like that. I have no idea how that's pronounced. Lev still does special teams. Yes, sir. Coach Tree. That's what I'm talking about. That's my guy right there. Assistant D-line, B-squad DC. He does O-line too. Wait. Okay, I saw the name Will Sanders, and my first thought was, wait, you mean the kid that's Adam Rich's age that played for us, the Colonel? I don't think he finished playing football, but he was more of a lacrosse kid, but he was there. Passionate Iowa Hawkeye fan. 3 kids? Oh, he was a 24-year U.S. Navy veteran. Oh, so this is... Wait a minute. Will Sanders is... No, this is the older... This is young Colonel's father. Older Mr. Sanders. Whoa. That would be the son. I don't know who Karg is. Obviously I know Tally and Mac. Those are my guys. There is no way Tanner okay, now I gotta look it up on Insta. When it says Tanner Morgan, that's not like the Tanner Morgan, is it? Ain't no way he's coaching at Bloomington Jefferson. Wedding, Minnesota Twins. QB Motion Midwest. What's your Google Doc? Is this a scam I'm about to get pulled into? Book Tanner Morgan to speak. No, I don't think I'll be doing that, but you know what's funny? I actually said... It is? The Tanner Morgan from the University of Minnesota Twin Cities that I sat next to in football coaching class is coaching at Bloomington Jefferson High School where I used to coach. Ain't no way. What does he coach? Is he varsity quarterbacks, but he's not the OC? Is Columbus it? Alright, I know it's after midnight. Coach Ladd is going to be like, Lance, what are you doing awake? Well, first of all, you know me. I'm always on the grind. Tanner Morgan, the Gophers QB, coaches at Jefferson with 100 question marks. Okay, quick little tangent on the whole Tanner Morgan thing. He's the quarterback's coach. The Tanner Morgan is the QB's coach for Bloomington Jefferson High School. Oh. You know what? Fun trivia fact. I sat right next to him in our football coaching class at the U of M my senior year. This was spring 2018. I had a higher grade than he did. Not that that's much bragging, obviously. He's a Division I quarterback and I'm a nobody, so... And we have the same birthday, April 17th. Real good guy. Down to earth. You could always talk to him. Fantastic. But yeah, no, I'm actually really happy he's out coaching. I think he's perfect for it. He's got like the disposition and everything. He went through the same program I did, so he definitely knows his stuff. Yeah, I don't know. That's very interesting, though. The Tanner Morgan is coaching quarterbacks at Bloomington Jefferson. Oh, well, I guess, hey, if I ever need an OC or a quarterbacks coach, if I do become a head coach, that's a guy I might have to add to my list. I've been trying to think of like different coaches, like not necessarily around my age, but guys I could work with in the future. I guess I'll have to add Tanner Morgan to that list. Another guy I really want to become acquainted with. I don't know if he knows I exist or not. I want to say he does. If you look at some of the people he's following, some of the people are Jefferson players. Ain't no way. He follows Jefferson football. Oh my goodness. He really does. Dude, I'm sorry. This is like mind-blowing to me. Tanner Morgan is coaching at the school I used to coach at. Really? Really? I just, wow. I don't even know what to say, man. This is like Ashton Jen. This is like mind blowing for me right now. Wow. I don't suppose. Well, no, he wouldn't have followed. If this is only like 2 years he's been there, does that mean he would have found? Maybe not Marcus Lamanga, but maybe Martine. Follows Martin Owusu from Prior Lake, but Martin Jared. Does Woody have an Insta? I don't know if Woody does. No, it's not the right Woody. Oh, and I just deleted it, so yeah, who cares? All right. That's pretty wild, though. The Tanner Morgan. This Tanner Morgan, him, he's at Jefferson. Did he ever announce that he's coaching at Jefferson anywhere on here? Is it reels? Did he make a reel about it? All right, I gotta ask AI. Tanner Morgan coaching high school football. All right, Gemini, don't let me down. He also serves offensive analyst for the University of Minnesota. So that's very interesting. It doesn't mention anything about it through AI. And like I said, the only little bit of info I got from it was at the Jefferson Quarterback Club, and I just saw that name, which is funny because I'm like, hey, I got Coach Mack, I got Coach Talley, those are my guys, Coach Ladd's still on here, and then you see Tanner Morgan, and you're like, huh? Dude. Ooh. Yeesh. But going back to my tangent, I was saying earlier, I'm like thinking of guys I would want potentially to coach with. I'm going to see if he's been stalking me again. I don't know if it's him specifically, but a guy I've really wanted to become acquainted with is, what's his name? Michael Diggins Jr., the DC over at Centennial. He's only a year older than me. But obviously, he knows what he's doing, and I've found Centennial, like, football account is actually, like, lurking and has been looking at my stuff. He follows Braylon, Connor, Abe. Okay, I know Brugman. Let's see if he follows Brug. He and I both follow Braylon. He does! Yo! Oh, Braylon was such a great wide receiver freshman year. Him, Carter Fleischhaus was good. Simon Freeze was good. Carson Christensen was a stud. Tanner Williams was great at safety. That class was just loaded. Honestly, I'm really excited for this senior year. Jefferson, if we do not have Anders Bjorklund playing football, that needs to change. That is an all-state linebacker right there. He needs to be playing football. You know what? I'm just going to check. I don't keep my personal Insta on the PC here. Try to keep my digital footprint down. I'm going to take a peek over here and see, is Centennial lurking on my stuff again? Because the official Centennial Cougar football account used to follow my personal account, and they don't anymore, but I occasionally catch it lurking on my stories. Like, because you can see the history of who looks at it, and I do see them at least watching. So, kind of cool. But, yeah, would definitely love to acquaint Coach Diggins Jr. at some point. Anyway, back to Emilio being a stud at running back. Lakeville North might choke this game. Remember, we're in the fourth quarter, and they are only up by 7. North will not put this game away. And we're hitting them with power. We don't get a double team at the point of attack. No, we do. I mean, you have to. It's number 97. If you're not getting a double team on him, Stillwater, we got issues. What does a tackle do? Tackle does not... Okay. Tackle. If we're getting double team here, why not we also double team to backer and then double team to backer? North is still in their nickel package. They got 12 defenders. He's back. No, they got 3-3, nickel. It just looks like a 3-3 stack. I should coach with Coach Grant at Eden Prairie. No, Coach Grant, he is really up there. I don't know how much longer he's still going to coach. So from what I've heard, there's going to be 4 very big coaching openings in 6A in the next 3 years. Supposedly Eden Prairie is going to be one of those 4. That's a nice power, though. Well, no, because again, we don't get a double team on number 90. He holds his ground. The nickel comes up and fills real nicely. Inside backer, 45, does a great job. He actually run fits to the correct side this time. He doesn't duck in. He scrapes over. 21 tries to fight over as well. They do a good job. They run fit. They force the ball outside. But yeah, look at 45's effort there to force it to bounce. Now the nickel is able to go defend his edge. He gets a little bit wide, but who's out there? The corner. It's just a great job. Next man. Now you have your 13th defender, the sideline, and that other sideline. But we'll say this is the 12th defender is that sideline. That one's the 13th, because that's the opposing sideline. That has to be the last one. Eesh. 3rd and 1. What do we think Stillwater's going to do? Fullback dive? Nope, they just run power again. I mean, you might as well. It's been working. Ooh, nice bounce. So again, does the fullback get a kick-out block? Fullback has a kick-out block. Reese Hunt makes a solid read here. We actually get the double team off at the point of attack. Look, the tight end and the tackle double team. We finally got it. I mean, again, it's Braden Owens. You should be double teaming him. You finally get the double team at the point of attack. Pulling guard comes around and pops Reese Hunt. Emilio bounces it, reading the guard. And receiver blocking makes big plays, man. And we know who this receiver is. And he won't have any. Look at this. He comes up here. Yeah, I'll look at you. I'll slap your hands a little bit. Otherwise, I'm just not going to do anything. If he is able to make that block and wash him out, or if he at least hooks him, get there, then it's just a foot race with Aiden Forsgren. Instead, he slows him up a little bit, and the rest of the defense can pursue. So, very good effort by North's nickel there. What 6A coaches besides South would I want to coach with? I have no idea. Like I said, you really got to network out there and just meet all kinds of guys. Got to make connections. What period is this? This is still the first game. What time is it? It's 12:30, and I have not even gotten to the White Bear Lake game. I mean, it doesn't help that the PC crashed twice. I would have already been well into the first quarter of the White Bear Lake game if my PC, or I'm sorry, Windows specifically cooperated. I'm looking over here. CPU's fine. GPU is fine. I did the RAM test. Memory's all good. I did a test. I did a whole check disk administrative command, run through checking the SSD. That returned completely fine. It is 100% Windows. So I did a reset on the Windows Store, cleared the cache, and all of a sudden it's been running smoothly thus far. So, yeah. I like to think that it's currently cooperating, but who knows? Is this another... Oh, look at this. There's grinding. Is this powered again? I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Stillwater just keeps going to North. I don't like that Mr. Rosario here kind of cuts back. He kind of has to because the fullback kick-out block really isn't there. First of all, who are you trying to kick out? I should be head coach. I do not meet any of the qualifications required by the state of Minnesota to be a high school head coach, so that will not be happening. Maybe in the future, and I got to be ready for something like that. I mean, no one's ever ready to be a head coach, like, truly, but I definitely am nowhere near that. I got to get more experience first. I have to be able to surround myself with good guys. I definitely know a lot of good lifting coaches. We'll rebuild a lifting program at whatever school I go to. But you got to have good football coaches, too, that share that same passion that I do. How many other, like I said, you go back and you look at that 6A pool that I showed earlier. How many other guys are just going through there, digging through game film? Lakeville South is open. All 31 other teams are closed. So, yeah, there's that. What do I mean I don't have qualifications? So, MSHSL head coach. These are the head coaching requirements for the state of Minnesota. Every single head coach has to follow all these different requirements. You have to attend whatever their course requirements are. You have to have taken some college courses as well. And there's a few other things you have to do. Yeah. These things. You have to do all this. 60 clock hours of training, 3 clock hours, $200. And there's a few other things on the MSHSL dashboard. I'd have to go log into that, but there's some other, and they can check. MSHSL. Log in. I'm pulling that tab over here. I don't remember which... Oh, CPU just spiked there for a second. It didn't like me pulling a screen over. Unrecognized. You know what? This is why I write things down. Unrecognized D's nuts. I just noticed it was starting to get a little bit hot in here again. And I'm like, oh no, is the PC going to have an issue? But the temperature says no. Temperature says no. Can I teach you how to play football? If you come play football at Lakeville South, I absolutely can coach you on how to play football. I had to have put MSHSL in somewhere in here. There's no way I didn't. Yep, there it is. Password correct, email incorrect. Forgot that it's under my old U of M email that has since been deleted because U of M had that big security breach. And the only thing, I guess the only way they figured they could resolve that was delete everything. Okay, I gotta update. Apparently I updated the password and what I have written here is not correct. So update that. Now I'm in. Never save, please. Google Chrome doesn't need to share. But so coming down here, you can see view, edit. If I go to my home dashboard here, if the State High School League website would like to let me get to my dashboard, I can show you. There we are. Dashboard. A lot of fun loading here, yay. From what I know, the State High School website, I think it's just like one of the kids of the State High School League employees, like, in his free time, just kind of puts all this stuff together. So, you know, Lord have mercy on him. Ooh, varsity assistant coach. I don't know that that's been spoiled yet, but, oof. So, continuing education requirements, all coaches have to do this. There's the summer waiver that I have to complete soon. Some elective modules. So here we are, Minnesota head coaching requirements. In order to be a head coach in the state of Minnesota, not the, that's that Josh type stuff. But getting back to this, so in order to be head coach in the state of Minnesota, you have to meet these requirements. Prior to 2010, American education, which I don't need to do. Coaching minor, which I don't have. 1 college credit in coaching theory methods and 6 college credits in whatever. So I do have the credit in coaching because I took that football coaching class at the U of M. I do meet that. But 6 college credits in care and prevention of athletic injuries, I do not have. So without those 6 college credits, I cannot be a head coach. And then there's also the online modules that I was just kind of showing on that last Google search I did. This stuff up here, you have to complete that online coursework. If I do those 2 things, so if I get those 6 college credits in care and prevention of injury, and then I also do, which I can just get like off Teaching Channel or something like that. There's easy, cheap ways to get that. And then just attend that MSHSL head coaching thing. Then I meet the requirements to be a head coach. But until I do those steps, I cannot legally be a head football coach in the state of Minnesota. Or a head sports coach for that matter. And like I said, I have no desire to really do any of that stuff until I feel I'm ready to become a head coach. Or a position opens that I guess I would want to take. Yeah, I've only been coaching for, this is going to be my 8th season now. So, yeah, Coach Lance definitely wants a little bit more experience beforehand. But yeah, that's a nice little tangent on that. Let's get back to North and Stillwater. Stillwater's hitting them with power yet again. This is a real rough matchup. You're trying to get a fullback to kick out Braden Owens. That is a strong kid. Look, he throws the fullback to the side. Thankfully, Emilio's like, oh, nah, I'm cutting inside. I ain't messing with that. The only problem is he cut back into the hole, essentially where the guard pulled from. Actually, not quite. He's running the hole where they want to. They wanted him running there behind the butts. Instead, he has to cut it back into an inside linebacker because of the great job Braden Owens did. I am the varsity assistant coach now. I don't know that that's the proper title for what I am now. I am working with Lakeville South's varsity team. I was last year, just in a limited capacity, but I got a much bigger role this year. Still working out the details on what exactly the titles. The title's just a formality. I don't care about that, but I get all kinds of fun duties now. Yeah, I don't know about this power by Stillwater. He had to cut it back because Mr. Owens did such a good job, but again, where's the linebacker fills here? You know what? It's because they all scraped over so hard. Every single one of them went flying over that way. Mr. Emilio just made a good cutback. Ooh. They thought they jumped, but ain't no way. Well, back to tasting. What are my duties going to be now? I will reveal that at a later date. What's the hand signal? Is he doing power right? He's holding up a fist and it's out to the right. It looks like he's calling power right. I'm pretty sure when you did that hand signal before, it was power to the right. It's got to be power to the top of the screen. It's power to the top of the screen! We got the hand signal! Yes, sir. And we have to try and cut it back because am I in charge of conditioning? There, now it pops up and down there in the chat. No, I am not in charge of conditioning. We have a great strength program at Lakeville South, so we don't need to do kind of the conditioning stuff we did at Jefferson. Oh, this is just a nice blitz into power. Oh, look at the stunt. Look at the stunt by number 90. He goes around with the pulling guard. You can't get a double team at the point of attack. O-line's trying to tackle him. They double team the nose. The tackle comes around and is like, oh crap, that's not a backer, I have to take him. And then the tight end just completely whiffs on the other backer. Yeah, they're leaving a lot of guys unblocked. Oh, yes sir. And then big Mr. Nose Guard right here, 92, gets to fall on the running back. Boom. Is that 92 or 6? That's 62. Oh, it's Carter Crawford. That's their starting guard. What's he doing playing nose guard? Either way, that's a big boy falling on you. Yeah, look at Mr. Oh, we got a high step going on. Yep. Yeah, sure thing. Again, North has good kids that can get to spots, but I give a lot of credit to their defensive play calling. All the stunts and loops they do are just giving Stillwater fits right now. Definitely one of the most annoying defenses in 6A, Lakeville North. Without a doubt. They're good at what they do, though. 3rd and short. Now they're doing the fullback dive. Again, there's no threat of a fake toss. He's opening the wrong way. How have they not realized this? If it's supposed to be tossed that way, you open around this way. When you open that way, it's obviously the fake fullback dive, or it is the fullback dive. And of course, they blow it up. If we are doing a fake dive it's a dive to the weak side. So you don't need to block the outside backer. Mr. Krause runs right outside of him. Look at the nose guard. Where's the double team? Again, double team at the point of attack. Look at this. They don't block Crawford. 90 loops around, so they don't block him. Who are all these ponies blocking? 51's the left tackle or the guard? No, he's the left guard. He literally blocks nobody this play. 3rd and short, and you block nobody. Is it... I just saw 2 things from chat. They popped up a while ago. What do I mean guys don't do the conditioning? We don't do the same kind of conditioning at Lakeville South that we did at Jefferson. Like Jefferson, we always did... at least with the 9th grade team, we always did conditioning at the end of practice. And I think varsity did conditioning earlier. I don't remember how varsity did it. I never really was involved that much with varsity practices at Jefferson. Is it typical for a prospective defensive coach to spend some time coaching offense and vice versa? Yes, that is absolutely critical, actually. That's something I did. When I was at Jefferson, when we had our Sunday night team meetings, Coach Ladd was our defensive guy. He was always in the defensive meetings. They're like, well, we need you to be in offense since he's in defense. So they sent me upstairs, and I learned about how offenses work. And it's crucial to know how other teams' offenses work. You know, one of the things that I feel like I've talked to death on previous episodes is, here we go, the flex bone and how inside veer works. So many teams in 6A are like, oh, it's a triple option team. We want to stop the dive. We just make everybody pinch inside. And they have zero idea how a flex bone offense works as a defensive coach. Like, it's mind-boggling. I think I don't know if I've talked about the Prior Lake versus Shakopee game, but that's an embarrassing one where Prior Lake is just like, oh, we're going to pinch everybody in. And then Shakopee just washes them down and runs inside veer, and the dive goes right up here off of the end's butt because he has no idea he's opening the hole for him. It's just embarrassing. But again, if you don't study the flex bone offense and really understand how it works, then you don't know. So what play am I on? I'm on play 120. Remember 120. I don't think I can write it in chat, but make a note for 120. So if I go back to, I think I was showing one of our kids this other day, Centennial. This is the game that we lost in the state semifinal. against Centennial, but I'm actually going to show clips of Centennial playing Prior Lake here, because this is why it's important. You see how all these things are labeled? This is before I did play labeling, so all of this is incorrect. But it gives you the wrong idea of how frequently teams actually run the plays they run. Because almost every DC in Minnesota plays the same way. 120, thank you for typing that. Every DC in Minnesota prepares the exact same way. They print out a team's formations, and they print out the top plays out of each formation. Every DC does that. Coach Gegenheimer does that at Prior Lake. Coach Benton does that at Shakopee. And we used to do that here at Lakeville South, but I'm implementing some change now. But yeah, everyone does it. It's the most common way DCs prepare. But if you mislabel all of this, it skews your data on what teams actually are running. So, like, for example, we see here, this play is called 23 belly. What is this play actually? It's midline left. They leave the first level B-gap defender unblocked. Dalen Cummings is reading him. He runs upfield. Technically, he makes a bad read here. 96 is coming up to attack the dive. Dalen Cummings was supposed to keep here, and midline is gone. But again, it's called 23 belly. If we go here, 24 belly, this is not the same play. If you watch, we're in double wing slot. This is outside veer, because they left a D-gap defender unblocked this time. So again, both of those last two plays were labeled as belly. Neither of them are belly. You have inside veer left, and you have midline left, and then you have outside veer right. So if you're not familiar, and again, this is just because at Lakeville South, we took our terminology from Lakeville North when we split off from them in 2005, and they just assume, well, Lakeville North does it, every team must call plays the exact same way, right? Not quite. And that's why it's important to study that and know that, because if you think that this is just a power gap scheme, and you're just going to get screwed over like, well, we did, because we didn't understand that. So again, here's outside veer, and I'll show some Centennial clips of them running 24 belly against us in the state semis in that game. But again, both those plays are labeled the same. Let's go to 13 QB follow here, because that's an odd name for a play. But if you look, it's outside veer to the left. So play 3 here and play 10 are the exact same play. They're both outside veer, but one's called belly, one's called QB follow. Why did they change what the play was called? Well, first of all, because Dalen Cummings keeps. This is just a bad read. Because look, when you're running outside veer, he should be reading the D-gap defender out here. What does the D-gap defender do? He runs upfield. Maverick Harper should be getting the ball 100% of the time. What does Dalen Cummings do? He keeps it. And then I think I said it was the opposite out here on veer. This time, that was actually a solid give. It's just Prior Lake is big physical kids. I mean, you're running right at Jade Abasiri, and you have to get a double team on him. Another fun rule of flexbone option teams. Normally, you have got bigger kids at guard and then smaller kid at tackle, like Egan does. Centennial's an exception to that rule. They have smaller guards and then bigger tackles because they like to pull their guards, whether it be buck sweep or belly. I did Sunday night coaches meeting at Jefferson and not... No, so the Sunday night coaches meetings were all at Coach Carlson's house when I was there. Obviously, Coach Carlson is no longer the head coach over at Jefferson, so I don't think they're having meetings at his house. But I don't know where Woody has them, if he has them online or what he does. But yeah, they were always in person at Coach C's house. His wife, Kelly, always made fantastic chocolate chip cookies. That was definitely the highlight of the meetings for me. Master of the cookies. Yeah, those same two, again, those are the exact same plays. Oh, and you want to talk about an embarrassing one? So this is called 36 power. Power. Pulling 2 guards? Power? Really? Better than mine. No, not better than your cookies. Absolutely not. So this is not power. This is buck sweep. I think I was making a joke. It wasn't even a joke. I think I talked about this back when I did the Forest Lake versus Prior Lake game about how Prior Lake just stole Centennial's buck sweep. I was actually joking about this with Coach Clam on Friday out there at Prior Lake High School. And, he's like, oh, it's a good play. I'm like, well, yeah, but what sets it up? Because, you look, they set it up off of their veer plays. They open up that way. And then you run that. You open up away from it. It sets up counter option 2. All of those plays all line up together. So, yeah, and again, when you call that power and not buck sweep, again, you're just misrepresenting what the team does. 14 QB lead follow. Let's see what this actually is. Okay, they ice them. They're in a 2 on one side, tackle over here. Brought an extra lineman, then tight end next to him. Assume they run to the wide side. Nope, it's counter options. So we have a belly, which is outside veer. We have 13 QB follow, which is also outside veer. And then we have 14 QB lead follow, which is actually counter option right. So, yeah, you have, and again, those are like polar opposite plays. Outside veer and counter option right. Yet they're both called QB lead follow. Why? Well, the quarterback got the ball. Doesn't matter. It's counter option. Boom. Look, what's his active read key? He's attacking the dive. I have a lane. I take the lane. Now, of course, it was called back for a penalty, but it was there. Yeah, I called a tunnel. 24 lead. This might be the one play that's accurate. Yeah, okay. That was accurate. Good job. This is not labeled at all. That looks like lead as well. Ain't no way this is 24 belly. No, this is not belly. So what play is this? It's inside veer. Who's left unblocked? First level C gap. Or is that D gap? Are they 2 on one side? Which side is the H-back on? H-back's on this side. So no, it is... Am I dumb? Guard, tackle, tight end. Okay, it is outside veer. He's coming off the tight end's butt. It's a D-gap defender. So again, 24 belly. At least both those 24 bellies are called outside, or they're both called 24 belly. They're at least the same place, so it's not entirely skewed, but it's not a belly. Belly is when Shakopee blocks slot and the tackle down, and the guard loops around. And we saw North do like blast. That's what North calls it. That's not what's happening here. This is an outside veer. This is a triple option play. And what does your D-gap defender do? He runs upfield, so the dive gets the ball 100% of the time. That's just, again, that's why it's important to study other teams and really understand how their offenses work. So this is 23 belly. Is it outside veer left? Who's left unblocked? I don't know. This might have just been a zone dive. Even though he's looking there. Could be. Belly? No, not that kind of belly. 24 lead. Yeah, that one's accurate again. 15 belly keep. And again, you can't call something belly keep. It's outside veer again. They keep running the same play, but they're changing the name for no reason. And it just skews the stats. All these different plays are called belly or belly keep, but it doesn't give you an idea of, well, how many times did Coach Littlefield call outside veer? You don't know because you're calling it all these different things. So, and again, that's a misrepresentation of numbers because in reality, they're calling a ton of outside veer against Prior Lake. Whereas, Lance, you should really get to know someone. You should get someone to go watch teams that you are playing to steal signs. No, that is completely unethical. I will not be doing anything of that sort. I don't think Minnesota State High School League has a policy against having someone go to do it for me, but again, like obviously NCAA rules forbid that. And I can't, the one thing in the Minnesota State High School League rules are I can't go to another game and record it with a camera. I cannot do that. I can take as much film out of the 6A pool and watch it and go over it as I want to, but I can't record any games myself. I think I said like the loophole around that, and I made this, I don't think it was the Osseo stream. I think it was the one before that. It might have been, who did I go over before? Blaine versus Osseo STMA. I don't remember what the matchup was before that. But one of the things I mentioned in that stream is how if a parent puts footage up on YouTube, and I don't know the parent, like not associated, they decided that they want to put football stuff up there, I can just go watch and take whatever I want. Like this channel, Nick Kelvey. I have no idea who Nick Kelvey is, but he recorded every single Buffalo high school football game. And the best part, he's pointing at his own team's sideline. Egan and Edina, thank you. That's the stream I was talking about with hand signals. Egan and Edina. It's like, look here. Go back a little bit. So this time they huddled. There's no need to do that here. But like the next play, well, this one you can't see. He's all zoomed in. Maybe he finally wisened up. But in some of the other films, you can see all the, like the Woodbury film. That was when I was, oh, well, he zoomed out and you could see it there. But yeah, the Woodbury one, if you watch. Right here. And there you go. That's the formation. 2 by 2. And what else are we calling? And then they come out, now they call a play. And there you go. Now you have all their hand signals. And it's not cheating because some parent decided to put it out there. And again, that's Buffalo's 2 by 2. There you go. I mean, if a team wants... I think I mentioned the Egan and Dinah one, how it was the Wyzetta Prior Lake game. Yeah, Prior Lake Wyzetta. I looked that up. And I actually got some of Wyzetta's hand signals looking at that. Because, you know... Some Prior Lake parents like, I'm just going to record my child. It's going to go D1 football. I'm going to post it on YouTube. Well, little did they know that, you know, being able to identify that as Wyzetta's ice call, where they don't have a play called on offense, they just come up and fake clap, made quite the difference in our playoff game against Wyzetta last season. So thank you, random Prior Lake parent. 24 lead. Maybe this is still the same play. Yep, lead is the one play that's consistent. So I will give him that. 23 belly. Is it outside veer again? It's another outside veer, and they keep calling it belly. We gotta stop. 24 lead. That one's at least correct. And they scored. Okay, smash. Belly. Is it actually outside veer? No. Yep, it is. Because you have a tight end this side. He's a D-gap defender. I mean, at least there's sort of consistency. What does he do? He's coming up field, so you give the dive. That's classic outside veer. Classic Centennial. I thought NCAA, you can have someone go scout and find out signs. That's how... So that is how the Michigan guy did it, but that is illegal. You cannot have anyone go and scout out things for you. You're allowed to go watch another game. Like, suppose we played on a Thursday night and another team plays on a Friday night. I can go watch that team. I can't record them with a camera or anything. That is completely against the rules, but I can go and I can watch the game. And I know, like, teams do that all the time. Like, I think in this last round of state playoffs in 6A, I know that, I think Minnetonka Blaine played on Thursday, and then Minnetonka actually went and watched the Anoka Farmington, or the Anoka Lakeville North game down at Farmington, because they're going to play one of those two teams in the next round. It's a free chance to go watch how those two teams play. You can see all the players, watch the different plays they run. It just gives you a good idea of what you're going to go up against. And obviously, it's a bit of an unfair advantage. So, anyways, another 24 belly. Could it be? Actually, I don't know if I saw the last one. Yeah, that was outside veer. Is this one also outside veer? We have two tight ends. No. So, again, now you've got two plays labeled belly. This is not belly. Look who's left unblocked. This time, it's the first level C-gap defender. This is inside veer. So now, again, misrepresentation of what plays are being run. And that's a bad read by the quarterback. What does your first level defender do? He's attacking the dive. Dalen Cummings should be pulling and running right there. Does he do that? No, he gives the dive. So that's a bad read. I should put a chart together of all the signs. No, I don't think I'll be doing that. I have a lot more to worry about than doing that. But so... to finish this point on Centennial, why it is important, we're going to go to D. We're going to go to result, touchdown. Why is it important to label the plays correctly? Well, so that belly thing that we didn't understand, here it is. Oh, look, what is it actually? It's an outside veer. Boom. And we didn't understand that. We're like, oh, we just got to stop the belly. No, you don't. It's a triple option play. It's outside veer. Look at Dalen Cummings' eyes. He's actively reading our first level D-gap defender. As soon as he bites, what does Mr. Cummings do? He makes the correct read, he keeps, and then he goes out. That's not a call, like our coaches are like, oh, it's a designed keep. It's a designed... No, that's not what a triple option play is. It's outside veer. And he's reading them like a book right here. And they're able to score off of it. That's what the Michigan guy did. He made a chart of the signs. Yes, he did. And you know what? We were talking about belly before. Here's another outside veer Centennial. I think I drew this one up. They get beautiful. 2 double teams the point of attack. 2 double teams the point of attack. Up to backer, and then they don't even need to get up to backer. There's no backer over there. We just didn't know how to defend the triple option. We thought it would be like Shakopee, but lo and behold, Centennial's not Shakopee. Funny how that works. And then you look at this. Boom. What's the D level or first level D gap defender do? Same play. Outside veer. He attacks the dive. Dalen Cummings reads it. Funny enough, our outside guy actually doinks him on the helmet. He keeps and he walks in for a touchdown. And there you go. And you know what? I love this, the end zone view of this play, because look, now you can really see the double team at the point of attack up to backer. Another beautiful double team here. They intentionally are leaving him unblocked. You are diving off the butt of D-gap right there. You come around as the pitch man. QB keeps there. That is what outside veer is. Again, if you don't understand that, how are you supposed to defend that? I don't know. But it puts 19 in a bind, especially when 83 dives in like that. Our coaches were so worried, like, oh, we got to crush, we got to pinch everything inside, we got to stop the dive. You can't think that way against triple option teams. Like, look, we're playing fours and we're playing two eyes because we're like, oh, they're going to dive. But again, if you think about where the dive goes on an inside veer, I was talking about this with my buddy over at Hopkins, the DC over there. We were talking about how, because that was kind of the Hopkins thing when they were playing Shakopee, they were just loading up the gaps in the inside, trying to take away the dive. Watch here. Where does the dive go? Is the dive really going to the A gap? Dive goes to D gap, all the way on the edge. That's because of veer blocking. When you pinch, the flexbone teams laugh at you. Like, Rosemount's probably going to laugh at teams now, but Egan, Centennial, Shakopee, because they want to wash you inside. Double team, wash down inside. And look, that's what they do. They create a wall, fullback dives behind it, and then again, what does your unblocked first-level D-gap defender do? He decides, he tries to do both because he's like, crap, I can't let Maverick Harper score a touchdown. Dalen Cummings is like, okay, if you don't want to let him score, I'm going to score. And he actually hits him on the helmet here. Look, he makes helmet-to-helmet contact, didn't realize he has the ball, gets knocked down by his own defender, and then Dalen Cummings walks in for the game-winning touchdown. Would you ever like to coach with Kevin Kelly, the coach who never punts and does onside kicks? You know, I don't know. Hard to say. Can't triple option just completely be eliminated if linebackers just sink? No, not entirely true. If you want to see how to defend the triple option, I think I drew it up somewhere here, ways I would do it. Yeesh. No, that's midline. Did quite a bit of stuff here. But yeah, this is a good demonstration of an inside veer. See how it's technically not a dive? It's coming off a C gap here. This is more of a Egan play right here. Inside veer to the weak side. There's your read key coming in. There's your pitch key. And that's how lethal it is. It's all about just sticking to your jobs. If you're in a 3-4 defense, and there's a few different ways to attack it, but you just have to stick to your assignments, basically. Otherwise, you are going to get killed. Do any teams do the tush push like the Eagles? No, I don't think that is legal. In Minnesota State high school football, I don't think you can push other players forward. I want to say that's a penalty. What play did I draw up here? This is a bad inside veer. I have him written as a pitch key for some reason. I don't know why. I think it's more of a Lakeville North type thing or what Egan did last season. There's GH counter. That's a Dyna. Yeah, this is a midline where you have a first level B gap defender. Again, he's diving off the butt of the guard. If he crashes down or inside, quarterback keeps out there. Like I don't know. A lot of teams just over complicate. What did I need to remember play 120 for? I need to remember play 120 for when I go back to the Lakeville North game up here. That I'm on play 120. I gotta finish this game off. I need to look at some White Bear stuff. Play 120. Here we are. This is where we left off. Let's finish off Lakeville North. Do any teams run halfback direct snap? Technically, the gun single wing teams do. Osseo did that a lot last year. I have a playlist put together of that because that's what Farmington is going to do all next year. They are going to be pretty much an exclusive gun single wing team from what I've heard, which, you know, more power to them. I don't know if they thought that was going to be a big surprise, but it's not. Coach Lance, I know. I've talked to some guys. I mean, there's not many teams around the U.S. that run that. You just reach out to coaches that run it, get some ideas, and, oh, look, all of a sudden, you got an idea of what Farmington's going to do. How about that? Ugh. Or, like, Rosemount's not going to do any of that stuff, but, They're a team I'm going to talk about next week when we do a Rosemount versus Centennial breakdown, and oh boy, am I going to have some fun stuff to say about Rosemount. Anyways, here's that stupid fake toss. Nick Kinsey opens the wrong way. They're not fooled. There's no double team at the point of attack. You got a real nice stunt by North up front. Completely messes up Stillwater's blocking, and Carter Crawford shuts it down. Hydration is key. It absolutely is. How did I find out what Farmington is doing this year? We got coaches everywhere, man. Coaches talk. You got connections. You see what kind of clinics other coaches attend. You see who they're talking to, who they're networking with, and you start to get ideas. You know what's funny? I think it's actually a former Chanhassen, like, lower level coach. I think his name's Zachary Cinnamon. And he is the new OC at Farmington, I believe. And that's the system he wanted to bring in. So, funny enough, I have plenty of experience with Chanhassen. Tries for the guys, curls for the girls. Correct? Just got to flip that around. It's curls for the girls, tries for the guys. Swole is the goal, size is the prize. All right. 4th and 4 and Stillwater's going for it. Are we calling power left, coach? It's got to be power left. Ain't no way it's anything but power left. Oh, power left bootleg. Is North going to get there? No. Why is Nick Kinsey running for it? Oh, yep. See, number 10's a backer. He's not much of a tight. If he gets more of an out, like a 10-yard up and out, because see, they're basically running like a levels concept here, but the spacing just is not accurate. And again, it just looks like Stillwater has not practiced this. Who is the DC at Hopkins? Coach Lee. See if I can't pull him up here. Hopkins football. Following Coach Lowe. Coach Lowe, that's my B. There we go. Coach Harris. Real good guy. He's going to be doing a lot of fun things over at Hopkins this year on the defensive side of the ball. I'm excited to see what they get going. Hop versus the world, man. I'm hyped to see that. Yeah. I don't think this is much on Nick Kinsey. Tight end's just in the wrong spot. You do a good job. Back gets in the flat. You've got deep out there. You have the backside post. But look at the problem here. He's too tight to the flat defender. If you're running levels or flood, you got to be there. That is much better spacing. Number 10 is, I'd almost say, once again, I feel like I'm picking on poor number 10 tonight. Picking on him on offense, picking on him on defense. But, yeah, look at how close together they are! Poor Nick Kinsey's like, I can't pass that. He's in the wrong spot. And he's absolutely correct. Number 10 needs to be there. Not good enough spacing on a flood concept. That's a key 4th down. North gets the stop and gets the ball right back. Oh, how many other team coaches besides South do I talk to? I'm not going to reveal that, depending on who is lurking. In terms of teams that, like, follow me on Insta, I think Hopkins might still. Andover does. I know Centennial lurks. I don't know about other head coaches. Coach Sprell at Maple Grove follows me. Maple Grove football doesn't, but their head coach does. The only other head coach I've caught looking at my stuff was, funny enough, I think I gave him a shout out on not the Egan Edina film, but it was 2 weeks before that. Was Coach Nick Johnson, the head coach of Egan. I did a whole spiel at the beginning of that stream because I'm like, ain't no way this is the guy. And it turned out it was the guy. I was shocked. I just saw this CPU spiked up to 47 there instead of 45. Oh, now it went up to 48. Motherboard's up to 39 degrees. And then it's back down to 46. As soon as I call it out, it's like, oh no, he's watching me again. Back down I go. I gotta stay cool. Yeah, maybe it's time for liquid PC coolant. Bedtime? No, I still have a whole nother game to watch after this. Are you kidding me? I still have to go over White Bear Lake versus Stillwater. Dive or stretch? What do we have here? This looks more like stretch. A lot more reach blocking. Yeah, they all step left. Ryan. Oops. Oh, well. Hey, if I gotta do it, I gotta do what I gotta do. I can't be inequitable to White Bear Lake. The Bears need a little bit of coverage. They haven't had a whole lot going right for them. I'm not going to bed until 3. Hey, if that's what it takes to be the main character, I gotta get it done. Stretch again. I'm surprised they called the same play twice, because normally North only does that when they get 5 yards plus. This time they only got 4 yards. But then again, if you get another 4 yards off it, it sets up 3rd and 2, so you might as well take that. Oh, once again, a Stillwater inside linebacker makes a great fill, but he missed. Oh, because he's not aiming inside hip. Stillwater linebackers, if you track inside hip, you are going to be so deadly. Oh, gotta have better tracking. Let's see here. Now we're in wing slot again. No, they've never run a toss. It's going to be the blast underneath. And how did I know? How did I know? You know why? Because you don't do plays that set up other plays. They all... If you have every play that looks similar but is slightly different, it confuses the defense. Like, oh, you can do jet sweep this way, GH counter the other way. Or with Shakopee, oh, our rocket toss looks like our belly. Or our waggle, and it sets each other up. Inside veer, you can get confused with counter tray and counter option. It's beautiful. But here, there's nothing else that looks like that. And you haven't run the toss yet. At least Riley Grossman's opening the correct way for a toss, but it's not there. Pull an all-nighter. No, my all-nighter days at the U of M are long. And even then, I didn't really do all-nighters at the U of M. Maybe in, like, my sophomore year a little bit more. Especially once I discovered don't schedule classes on Friday. Schedule classes Monday through Thursday, load those up, and then have a 3-day weekend. Oof, that was clutch. And they just push for the first down. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this. Mr. Crawford's supposed to come around and get a kick-out block, but he's like, you know what? I'm not going to get a kick-out. Where's the double team at the point of attack? Stillwater does a great shift into this. I think they shifted over. They line up 0-4-0. Shift over to the strong side. Nice bit of stemming that completely messed with North. Now there's no double teams at the point of attack. You're able to blow it up, but where's the inside backer fill? He fills. They just all kind of get pushed back. That's more so just North being studs and getting a good push. Stillwater had a good call. Just got to stay low and drive him back. Have I met any D1 or NFL coaches? Yes, I got to meet Bob Chesney, head coach of James Madison, down at an Atlanta football clinic I went to. And I also got to meet Brent Pry, head coach at Virginia Tech. That is an awesome man. I love Brent Pry. They finally tossed. But what is the problem now that they finally tossed out of this? He went the wrong way. How are you supposed to set up if you run belly this way with the fake toss that way? And look, literally nobody at Stillwater is fooled by it. Oh, I take that back. He is. This inside backer is, but he's on the wash anyway. He's never getting over there to stop a toss. Oh, we have one. We have a double team at the point of attack on an outside run play. STMA, look. Knights football, look. See, look at this. Right here. Double team, point of attack, outside run. Good. And they drive him back. Well, they gave up, and he... Okay. A little bit too excited there. I was about to give North so much credit. This is probably on Reese Hunt, number 7 right here. And these are two fantastic kids. Reese Hunt and Blake Krause there. Mr. Hunt needs to get a little bit more working this half the man and turning him in. Did Lane Kiffin play for Carlson? You know, I don't know if Lane Kiffin played for Coach Carlson. Funny enough, Lane Kiffin was another coach that spoke at that Atlanta clinic I was at. I did not have a chance to meet him because he was a Sunday night speaker and had to, or Friday night, and he immediately had to leave to go to another thing that he was doing. Busy guy. Yeah, he spoke for about an hour or two. Dang. Still got yards in that, but how did they get 7 yards with that bad of a block? Because the deep... Where's the safety? Where's he stacked at? Why are both the safeties stacked on this side? It's a 2x2 set. The safeties stacked down to the short side now. You got 3 DBs to the short side and only 1 to the top? No wonder they're running toss into you. I get the idea is, oh, we want more defenders over here because the strong guys are over there. But your DBs are your best line of defense against toss. Coach Carlson sent him a high school jersey. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Because when Jefferson made state in like 2014, I want to say. I think it's when, I don't think it was Joey. Who's the Johnny Carlson, the younger one? He was playing on the team at the time. I think Lane Kiffin actually sent them a whole bunch of stuff because obviously being an alumni and everything. Was really happy to see the Jefferson Jaguars in the state tournament. Got killed by Mankato West in the first round, but hey, at least they made it. So yeah, Mr. Hunt does not get a good double team here. He needs to get around. And again, think about the setup here. These are 2 of your best kids. If Mr. Hunt can reach around him, Mr. Krause gets around, you get a double team up to the point of attack, you get up to that safety. That's a touchdown. Aiden Forsgren's fast. That backside safety's never going to catch him. This could have been touchdown Lakeville North, but they're like, you know what? No, we want Aiden to get tackled. And look, Mr. Hunt's just like, yeah, I play both ways. I just don't care at this point. Game's almost over. Like, dude. I think the final score of this game was 28-14, wasn't it? Oh, boy. You're telling me in the final 5 minutes, I'm going to get 3 more touchdowns? Shoulder's a little bit tense. Yeesh. Ain't no way they go back to toss. Nope. And see, once again, they're trying to have the plays set each other up, but they just don't. And is this blast this time? No, it's straight up dive off of it. And it doesn't work. Look, they're not fooled. Who gets through this time? Inside linebacker. Look at his nice read. He comes through. He attacks. Great run fit. This time he actually attacks inside hip. He still slips off. He attacks inside hip, but look, he's tacking a little bit too low. He's got to get his other arm wrapped in and around the inside hip, and he's got to get his elbow, and more so his shoulder, around the thigh. Once your shoulder's around the thigh, you're not slipping out. See how he only gets elbow around thigh here? He has elbow around thigh instead of his shoulder. That's how he's able to slip out of it. A little bit better technique could have cleaned that up, but thankfully, as we know, outside backer runs upfield. He's just happy to be there to help. Yeesh. Good old number 10. All right, next play. 3rd and 2. What is Lakeville North going to do? Are they going to bootleg and just throw a little pass in the flat out here? Or are they going to just run? It's going to be 31 dive to the left. Well, no, it was blast, but it was there. Boom. Do I remember the days when Suggs played football? You mean like Jalen Suggs, point guard of the Orlando Magic? Yes, actually, funny enough, one of my most watched YouTube videos is the highlight from, or like the highlights from the 2019 4A Prep Bowl, where Rakori upset Mr. Suggs in the SMB Wolfpack. That is one of the best football games I've ever seen. Tons of awesome stuff. Good offense, good defense, lots of big plays. Not double overtime, but it went into overtime, and Rakori wins it on a trick 2-point conversion play against Mr. Suggs in coverage one-on-one. Absolutely bonkers. It's just blast again. They get a good put, but once again, who are they missing at the first level? Where's the double team? They get a good double team there. The stacked safety is on this side. It's the linebacker that comes over to Phil. Do we get up to backer? Nobody gets up to the backer. Does he just go around them? As usual, my buddy number 10 pinches inside for no reason, and then the inside backer loops around him and has to try and come a tight or a wide angle around to tackle. It's not quite there, and again, because he's so wide, he just kind of catches him and has to let, what's his name? Mr. Ripplinger drag him, as opposed to being able to fit him square up and drive him back, which would then result in a 4th down. Instead, 1st down north, and look, they keep running the clock down. This is like worst case scenario for Stillwater, and you have 3 timeouts. Side south and just south in Jefferson. What do we got here? 20 or 32 dive, it looks like. Actually, no, I think this is stretch again. It's hard to say. They're not reach. I mean, it sort of looks like they turn and reach block here. The center doesn't. I think that's just more dive. They got 1 yard. I'm assuming it's dive. Balanced wing slot. Oh, here's the bootleg. Fake blast, boot out the other way. Hit Mr. Hunt in the flat. Yes, sir. That is the bootleg I was waiting for. Nice. You know what? You know what's funny? I was giving Stillwater crap about their levels concept and how this guy coming was way too close. It's the same thing with North. If it's a levels he's got to get a little bit deeper. He comes shallow nicely, and he's taken deep. This guy's coming way too close to Mr. Hunt back there. And then the backside post is fine back there. Yeah, whoever the guy at the second level, I get he's dragging behind, but you need to get a little bit more depth. By the way, nice play action. They don't necessarily want to throw it deep. They will take the check down to the flat every time because they know your flat defender out there who's your... I imagine it's the corner at this point because but he bails deep. So, yeah, Stillwater, who's a flat defender? Nobody. It literally is none. Okay, yeah, keep blitzing those outside backers. Which, again, that's what North does. It's well set up. Run, 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 run. You keep consistently sending your outside backer. Let's take something in the flat out there because we know you're not going to have anybody out there. Wing slot again, 31 personnel. Ooh, pulling around. Power. Classic. How did they get so many yards off that? Did I miss something? There's a block. Sort of blocks down. Does he get a kick out? No, he completely whiffs the kick out. Mr. Ripplinger has to bounce it outside. Stillwater actually does a really solid job here. The only problem, the inside backers fill up instead of scraping over, and this inside backer jumps in here. If he scrapes over to where he's supposed to, he scrapes there. That play goes nowhere. Instead, he's falling forward. My buddy number 11, once again, what does he do? Oh my... He dove inside again, and then what do? They run outside of him. He at least is able to sort of wrap up, but by that point, look at how many yards you gave him. You gave him 7 yards on first down by doing that. Like, stay in your gap. Oh no, they're blitzing both of them again. Don't do it. They're gonna bootleg. No, they didn't. They ran blast. Oh, I guess if they can just score off a blast. How did I end up getting a coaching job at Jefferson? So going back to that football coaching class at the U of M that I was in with Tanner Morgan, it was taught by Greg Peterson, who was the offensive coordinator at Bethel University at the time. And he had one of the classes we did. He had a bunch of coaches come in to do like a panel talk. He had the DC and the head coach of Bethel. He actually had Coach Dave Nelson when he was still at Minnetonka. This was spring 2018, and Coach Carlson was there too. And it was just like a panel asking them questions about coaching, just like an open discussion. And that's how I first met Coach Carlson. And he's I think one of the last things Coach Peterson asked is, do any of you guys need coaches? And Coach Carlson said, yeah, I always need assistant coaches at the lower levels. Reached out. He had an opening. I applied and everything. I did the interview with him and Damen and... I don't remember who else was there. It was definitely him and Vertigan was there too. And, called me back a week later, said, you got the job, Lance. So, yeah, connections are definitely important. And so thankful for Coach Carlson. He got me my start in football coaching, and I've learned a ton since then. Definitely was very raw my first season. Ooh, that was a bit rough. How long was I at Jefferson for? 4 years, I believe. 4 years there. Oh, yawning. Dang. Okay, why does this blast work better? So if you watch, for some reason, play side end is down. It's not that it was rough. I mean, we went 7-1. I just didn't understand as much the difference between being a coach and trying to be more of a friend of the players. Because you got to remember, I was only like 6 years older than the kids when I first started coaching. Now I'm like double that. I'm like 13 years older than all of our kids now that I'm coaching. So yeah, it's a little bit easier when you're older and they actually see you as more of an adult as opposed to just a bigger kid. And obviously I carry myself a little bit more professionally now than I did back then. So that helps. Yeah, not a fan of the 3 technique in this scenario because the tackle blocks down on him. The center's able to reach over the nose. They do a great job. No one's filling that gap. Blast gets off without a hitch. We have a double team at the point of attack. We have double teams at the point of attack. That's why we got a touchdown. North misses on the inside backer here, but they chip him just enough so that he can't make the play. Carter Crawford has a fantastic block there. That really gets the touchdown. Mr. Ripplinger, if you did not buy Mr. Crawford Chipotle after this, I think you owe him 2 double chicken bowls. And that's touchdown North, and that basically seals the game. Now you're down 14. Stillwater only has 2 timeouts left. Less than 3 minutes left in the game. And North can't figure out who's out there on EAT. I guess they haven't kicked a lot. How did I end up getting the coaching job at South? Funny enough, through an Instagram post. Lakeville South football posts on Instagram that they were looking for assistant coaches. And I realized at Jefferson, I'm like, you know what? I need to get out and study other schemes. Because if you just sit within your little bit of a bubble, you're never really going to grow that much. So it's a much better opportunity to move up the food chain. And helps that you also get to be involved in 6A football. This is the big stage up here. Coaches are a lot sweatier in 6A than 5A. Obviously, there's still a lot of great coaches in 5A. Don't get me wrong. But I mean, like, the consistent quality across the board. Like, you're probably not finding a whole lot of Coach Bettons at 5A. So, yeah. A lot of powerhouses up here. And obviously, like, chance to move up. We mentioned a little bit ago, you know, Coach Lance is now on varsity at Lakeville South. So, that's cool. Whereas, like, suppose I stayed at Jefferson, maybe eventually I work my way up to varsity, but I mean, compare that. Varsity Lakeville South, varsity Bloomington Jefferson. Like, for me, it made more sense to eventually be able to work my way up at South versus... And another thing I realized with Jefferson, so you got to remember, like I said, my first year was rough because I started off like goofy and relatable, and that's how the kids knew me. So when I tried to be that more serious coach and establish myself as that, they just never really could adapt to that because that's not who they knew me as. And so it was just easier to get kind of a fresh start at Lakeville South. Okay, the kids don't see me as that. It's an opportunity to come off a lot more professionally. And I think that just worked out a lot better. So, was there an INT on this play? Okay, Stillwater has to go to 10 personnel. It's obvious passing situation. You need touchdowns quickly. There's not a lot of time left. Hitch, swing. It's like a jag curl right here. He does have the curl wide open, but they're running a fade instead of that. I don't know where this ball is going to. He's trying to force it into this window where there's 3 defenders. You got a flat defender in the passing lane. He's covering it. The deep, yeah, if they ran more of a deep curl, that's what would have been there. Do what STMA does. Just take comebacks into the sideline the whole way down the field. Especially if North is going to play, well, they're not. They're playing pretty tight there. Yeah, corner stayed in the flat. That was zone coverage. And Blake Krause got the INT. No, he didn't. They called him down. Oh, bummer. All right, what do we got here? Ten personnel. Pass. They're expecting a blitz from the backside, so they move over here, even though... Where's your nickel stack down? Nickels are over here, so who's blitzing? Reese Hunt. I guess they blitzed both outside guys, but again, look at the stunt here. He dives inside, he goes around. That's not much of a stunt, never mind. I don't know how the tackle just completely whiffed on the outside backer here. I mean, look at him. He's looking at him. As soon as he comes out of his stance, it's the first place he looks is to the outside backer. Oh, nice move. Look at Maurice Hunt's right hand here. Watch. He's like, get them hands out of here. Slaps him straight down, gets around. That's a nice move. Oh, you gotta be joking. Oh, poor Nick Kinsey. Touchdown Panthers. That's mad hype. So that's how they got to 28 points. So that was a disaster. Stillwater, what do we call here? Look at the passing concept. And again, great edge pressure blitz, 5-man pressure. For some reason, right tackle just couldn't pick it up. There's only 6 blockers against 5 defenders. Someone's going to get a good look. And they're running these, like, really deep passing concepts. I mean, your backside comeback is... Funny enough, I was just joking about that. The backside comeback is there. Just gotta get the ball out sooner. Lakeville North knows that they can't cover deep forever. That's why they bring a ton of pressure and do all these stunts. And, you know, Coach Vossen said himself on Randy Shaver's podcast. I think it was the 2023 6A state tournament reveal. He's like, well, you know, my favorite coverage is the blitz. And I'm like, you know what? That sounds about right for Lakeville North. Very aggressive defense. That was a great job. Okay, there must have been a personal foul for excessive celebration or something here. Yeah, because now North is all the way backed up. Do they actually hit this extra point from all the way back at the 25? That's a 35-yard extra point. And no, it's blocked. Plays blown dead. So 27-7 North. Eesh. I mean, yeah, at this point, Stillwater's pretty much lost. That's a bummer. So what is Stillwater going to do at this point? Just give up a defensive touchdown after an offensive touchdown. It was only 14-7. This game was in your control. And then North stopped. Well, what did I say North needed to do? Get out of your 11 personnel crap, go back to 13 and just grind out Stillwater. And what did they do? That's exactly what they did, and they turned the game around by doing that and really put it away. Who would have thought? Good job, North. Yeesh. They may have earned their Dairy Delight yet. Is this a bubble screen? Why is he just standing in place? Get your butt out there. By standing in place... An inside backer came over and filled. If you're running a bubble, what are you standing there for? Yeah, that's really bad execution by that receiver. I should have followed Coach Burke to Cretin-Durham Hall. Coach Burke is not coaching at Cretin-Durham Hall. He is back as the head coach at Lakeville South. Nice little hitch. Wrap up, takedown. Again, they're just taking these little doink passes. So he did apply and was planning on accepting the job at Cretin-Durham Hall, but about a week and a half later, he rescinded that and decided to stay with Lakeville South. I don't know the full details, and obviously that's not my story to share. That's Coach Burke's story to share. But bottom line, he is back at Lakeville South. Stillwater's just letting the clock run here. Have they given up? They still have their 2 timeouts left. What was that? It looks like it's a post. It's a good read. They just couldn't connect on it. It's a cover 3. Oh, safety is late reading over there, but once again, the pass is a little bit too high. A little bit too far ahead of the receiver. You know what? What are the receivers doing? Watch the footwork. He slows down. See how the receiver hesitates off the break right here? He slows down. He's expecting to try and read the ball. Whereas if he just keeps running the route, Nick Kinsey puts it in his bread basket. So I definitely understand a little bit of the frustration from Mr. Kinsey here. He's giving his receivers good balls. They're just slowing down and hesitating on their routes a little bit, and that's causing them to be just a tiny bit late to the ball. And that's what's been the result of the decent amount of these incompletions. Either Nick Kinsey's overthrowing them, or the receivers hesitate and don't get to the ball. Ooh, CPU is back up to 48. Yeah, and then as soon as I say it, it goes back down. Figures. Oh, swing pass. We're pulling a Prior Lake and an well, not as much STMA. This is a Prior Lake. And again, inside backer. Great look here. Look at him get all the way out there and chase that down. DBs come up and fill behind it. I kind of get the design, but look at that. As soon as it's completed, they're not watching that. This, like, twist concept here takes way too long to develop relative to when the swing pass was thrown. So now the DBs don't, like, they should be even deeper before that pass is completed, but they're not because we threw it too early. Now they can come up and make a play. All right, that's such a great effort by the inside linebacker there. Way to get... And that was on 4th down? Oh, yeah, that's crucial. They got this ball out way too early. If you let them get deeper, he keeps going to the sideline. Even still, that's such an effort by number 49. And it's 4th down. You get them off the field. Easy with the celebration there, Mr. Forsgren. You don't want to get an unsportsmanlike penalty. That's really solid effort by North, though. And then at this point, okay, they're just taking a knee for the last 3 plays. And that's the end of the game. So, yeah. Stillwater. Inside zone. Stop it. We need double teams at the point of attack. Like, split zone with no double teams. Passing concepts are solid. It's just, if you're going to run passing concepts that take that long to develop, got to be able to play action off them instead of straight drop back passes off of them. North was pretty solid. If they stuck to their base stuff, North defense, first of all, fantastic. I don't like that they stayed in a nickel package the whole time against I personnel. But if you're stopping it, why bother changing? Like, it's kind of like with Anoka versus Blaine. If Blaine's not going to adapt to your 2-4 nickel, why bother switching it? But that at least made sense because it's a nickel package versus a 10 personnel offense. 10 and 11 because, 85 moved between, so it made sense. But here it's 21 personnel you're running your nickel into, and you're still stopping it. Like, North was cranked. And then offense, like I said, a little bit of the execution could have been cleaned up, especially with some of their blocks. The center really missed. North needs to get trap out of their playbook. They have no idea how to run it. But when North sticks to their bread and butter, man, when they get the run plays, when they get blast going, they get dive going, and then they set up their bootlegs off of it and their play action and power pass. Oh, it's a thing of beauty, man. That is an old school football team right there. I'd probably call Lakeville North blue collar. They had a few down years from like 2020 to 2022. But outside of that, Lakeville North's football has been fantastic. Even back when they were just Lakeville High School before the North-South split, they were still fantastic. Okay, so now we're finally switching over. Let me pause, please. Currently watching. We're not watching Stillwater versus North. We are watching White Bear versus Stillwater. I'm not going to... Yeah, if I put the word lake in there, it's going to spill over the overlay, and I don't want to do that. So, did I already close out of that? Ain't no way. Yeah, it's still there. There we go. So I just want to make sure I keep this little buddy of mine up. Move that over there. You, bring you back over. Boom. All right, now we're getting into White Bear versus Stillwater. So this was a huge upset. White Bear was 0-5 going into this game. This is Stillwater's homecoming game, week 6. Their final conference game of the season. And you can see White Bear's expecting them to do I formation. They have no idea how to execute power. There's the fullback's in a 2-point stance. What? What? Maybe Stillwater's fullback was in a 2-point stance and I missed that. When did the two schools split? I missed that comment. Yes, I am moving to the next game, and the two schools split in 2004 to 2005, I believe. I want to say 2004 was the first season for Lakeville South. Maybe 2005. It was right around there. I think 04 to 05 was actually our first school year, so... Oh, God. White Bear, what are we doing? I know that's your scout offense running Stillwater's offense, but oh boy. Also, White Bear, why are we playing press coverage against Stillwater? Yeah. Oh, that's... Yeah, I don't know. They run power again? What do they run this time? They ran power back to the weak side, not the tight end side. Also, they have him lined up as an H-back instead of a tight end. You do realize you're supposed to be running Stillwater's offense, White Bear, right? Not... I mean, the only team in 6A I know that does an I with an H-back instead of an inline tight end is Eastview. And they didn't do it last year. They did it in the 2023 season. So, I don't know about that one, White Bear. I don't think that is a wise choice. But what do I know? I'm just a nerd. Oh, here we go. 10 personnel. 3rd and long. These should... Are they in a nickel package? They're in a 2-4 nickel. All right, noted. White Bear Lake is a 2-4 nickel. 2 down linemen. Maybe one of those 2's a D lineman. It's actually a 3-3, and they just had him be a stand-up. And then 5 DBs. Beautiful. 2-4 nickels, man. They're coming all over the place in 6A. Good read by the safety. All right, let's get this game going. Yes, sir. Ponies are hyped up. Home of the Stillwater Ponies. Can I just say, Stillwater, why are we not the Stillwater Stallions? Such a cool name. I know that, like, they've been the Ponies forever, but really, the Ponies? Look at me. I'm My Little Pony. Yeah, I don't know. Not that it matters that much. You know, mascot, whatever. Oh, who did we forget to block, White Bear? We formed a wedge? I didn't know you could still legally do that. They formed a wedge and they got over here, but this guy is just outside of the wedge. And number 28 misses block. Stillwater kid comes through and fills. Boom. Let's check the White Bear Lake offense. Oh. Okay, so White Bear Lake loves 12 personnel. They're very similar. This is like a Wyzetta slot trips closed. Closed because you have a dead end tight end. It's 12 personnel. You have 2 tight ends, 1 running back. 3x1 set. There's your slot trips, so kind of like a tray look, and then it's closed because you have a dead end tight end. I know they do this. They'll move him back over there and do wing twins and look very similar to Champlin Park, but they don't run the same run plays as Champlin Park, so we'll get into it. I think they do a lot more inside zone, whereas Champlin does not do inside zone. They're more power, sweep, counters, another one they love. Sweep especially is their big one, where they pull both guards around. Dinah, I think, did that once in a blue moon. Moorhead loves to do that. It's another team. Centennial, obviously, when they run buck sweep, they do that. Oh, I gotta keep pounding water. It's almost 2 in the morning, and I still gotta get through this entire game. Oh, boy. And what's the first play they run? Inside zone. We have a double team at the very first play of the game. We have a double team at the point of attack. White Bear did what Stillwater could not. Or Blaine. Incredible. Do we get up to backer, though? There's a double team. Oh, center. Center releases the double team right away. I mean, it's not too shabby of a pickup. Oh, and he keeps fighting for yardage. There we go, White Bear. That's a great way to start. It's a good first down run. Oh, no, my dudes. Hand signals, hand signals. All right, can we decipher this? They're going to be calling a formation. They're going to call a play. He must be the guy calling the play. They probably have fake hand signals out there, too. All you got to do is look at who they're looking at, where their eyes. No one's looking at Goofball in the orange shirt over here. He's doing a bunch of fake crap. They're all looking at these guys. These guys are the ones actively calling the hand signals. I mean, look, you can literally see their heads looking right at it. He puts his arm up to the right. At Jefferson, that used to be power right. How much you want to bet they run? If they run power right here, I'm going to laugh. Ain't no way. No. It's another zone to the left. Who did anything that went to the left? Maybe this guy. Inside zone is the hand forward, inside zone, run it to the left. Or this guy is doing a Z. You might want to, if you're doing fake hand signals, you might want to choose something that's not similar to the play you're actually running. Don't do a hand signal, because like at Jefferson, when we did a Z, that was our hand signal for zone. Well, probably don't want to be doing that if you're actually running inside zone. What's funny is they all call stuff to the right. It's got to be, so Mr. Red Hat here, white with the red hat, he is the only one that called something out that to the left there. Unless he's just touching his headset. Am I friends with Coach Betton? No, I don't think. I've seen him in person plenty of times when we've done scrimmages, but I don't think he has any idea who I am or that I even exist. I guarantee that I can eat, like if Coach Betton and I went to Wingstop, I guarantee I'm eating more boneless wings than him, though. Ain't no way Coach Betton's eating more boneless wings than me. It's just not about to happen. Or if he wants to go to Smoke Barbecue down in Lonsdale, Minnesota, we'll see who's going to eat more tachos with beef brisket on top. Guarantee I'm coming out on top. Stillwater's in their 3-4. Yep, they're stemming. They shifted their D-line over that way. Oh, what number's the outside backers? Who are my buddies here? 5 is still here. 11's gone. 11 is gone. Where's number 11? Did they take him out? Why do I always talk about him when I open huddle? I don't always talk about him when I open huddle. He's just a coach I mention a lot because he's a bit of a rising figure right now in 6A. If you look at, like, I think Skohole Football did a bunch of coaching interviews with 6A coaches, and a ton of them gave credit to Coach Betton and Shakopee. I mean, Shakopee used to be a total dumpster fire, and he turned that program around. He got them all the way to the state semis last year. You know, barring a bunch of offensive miscues, they could have beat Maple Grove. Yeah, I mean, you got to work on some of our inside veer reads, eh, Mr. Forsberg? We'll see about that. But yeah, they ran inside. So yeah, I got to get off this inside zone. Once again, double teams the point of attack. Look at it right there. Yes, and we got up to backer. Running back isn't following his blocks as well, but he was able to get out and find space. Again, why is it that White Bear's inside zone all of a sudden is working? Double teams at the point of attack. Okay, this must be the formation that he calls when they do all that stuff to the right. And then it looks like he just called inside zone right. So it's going to be slot trips closed to the right, which it is. Yep. Now let's see if it's inside zone right. No. Inside zone left again. He's doing, yeah, so this guy in the orange is doing fake hand signals. Nobody's looking at him. That is fake hand signal man right there. So I will give White Bear credit. They do have a guy doing fake hand signals. Why would the South coaches be confused if I shared random film? So every time I share like huddle film here, it sends an email to all the other coaches saying, hey, coach so-and-so just shared this film with you on huddle. And, you know, they're going to be like, Lance, why am I getting an email at 1:48 in the morning saying that you just shared White Bear Lake versus Stillwater, two teams that we don't play next year? Actually, we've only played each of these teams one time in our school's history, and it was back-to-back weeks in the 2022 playoffs. We played White Bear in the second round, and then we played Stillwater in the in the third round. Won both of them, and they got, I don't want to say smashed, but lost a close one to Maple Grove 14-7. That was the 2022 season. Oh, look at the double teams at the point. Oh, why did he cut it back this way? No. Actually, did they open up the other way for... And I'm an idiot? No, they kept opening that way. This one, I'm going to say running back, not the best vision right here. You got to read the double teams. Beautiful double team right here. Here's your hole. I guess he wanted to come off this side, but then again, 84 is there. He has to bounce it. Say that I'm streaming. I mean, I do. Oh, receiver blocking. 82. What are we doing? You just look at him and you ran inside. Block him. And now if your running back bounces it, which he does, Stillwater corner makes a great job coming up and getting the tackle. If 82 did his block there, that's a first down, White Bear Lake. I do have people learning. That's true. Well, learning is a choice. If anyone wants to come up on here and learn more about 6A football teams, they're more than welcome to. All right, we got slot trips closed again. I didn't see. Hand signal, and then he does this out left. That might be fake. It's probably just another inside zone. Why would they switch it? It's working. Yeah, again, they're just calling inside zone again and again. Did we mess up the double teams, though? Yes. So we have one real nice double team here. Also. Yeah, a little bit of pre-snap movement. Beautiful double team here. The one on the nose, play side guard. Backside guard, I like that he's trying to get up to backer right away, but play side guard's got to be able to pass that guy off to the nose and then get up to backer. And then the running back takes the wrong lane. Look at this. If he keeps following his blockers, I guess I see why he didn't, because you have an inside backer there unblocked. But then again, here's number 34 coming in, another inside backer. He makes a great read, because he's on the backside here. He reads inside zone. He's going that way. He comes across, lowers his head. I don't like that he stops his feet. This is dangerous. You stop your feet and you lower your head, you're going to get concussed or hurt doing that. You keep your feet moving and you drive into him. You don't stand there and wait for the blow. That could hurt you. You have to attack. If you wait for the blow, you risk getting hurt. And funny enough, like, it was second and short. By waiting, you gave them a first down. If you come up and attack, you might hold them to 3rd and 1. Dang, I just realized White Bear is currently driving on Stillwater, only running one play. It's just inside zone. They gotta mix it up. I should get Coach Burke on stream with me. No, Coach Burke is a very busy man, and he's got a lot more important matters to attend to than being on a Coach Lance stream. Oh, they ran quarterback lead. Smart. You have a spread offense, you choose to run the quarterback. Adds a whole nother layer. I like it. Only problem is, where's a double team at the point of attack? 72 gets off the double team way too early, and he's the wrong guy to get up to backer. Also, what is Stillwater doing that I didn't talk about yet? They're stacking another safety down into the box. If they're doing that, look at what they're giving me here. They're giving me a beautiful bubble right there, and for some reason, we're not taking it. You got 9 in the box against 7... I guess technically 9. You're going to have an unaccounted for person every time. At least they're running towards number 5, who's the safety that's stacked down there. But again, number 5 is probably the most hit-heavy safety that Stillwater has. At least we saw that on the North film. He'll come down and he'll fill. Other safety, not so much. Number 5's to the 3x1 side. Yes, he is. Still rocking the 12 personnel. He's up. He's off. I got too much of Dyna on the mind. Do any of the South coaches watch my streams? You know, I do not know if they do. Probably not. I doubt any of them are up at 2 in the morning. How many plays is this game, by the way? 184! They have to have recorded halftime. Ain't no way this is 184 plays. Boom. Yeah, once again, he's not finding the right hole. There's your lane. He just tries to dive up the middle. But they're still getting good yards. Again, it's a 5-yard gain on an inside zone. Oh, no. What are we calling now? Lift up. Power right? Huh? Are they actually going to run to the right? Well, it doesn't help. The ball snapped way early. Oh, boy. Did the quarterback mess up the cadence? Someone messed up the cadence there. That's tough. Your drive stalls on that. Also, don't make a move and try and cut back inside. Look at all the defense that's back inside. Get your butt out there and keep running. You got a receiver to block for you. That's where your first down is out there. Never cut back into the defense. I wonder why the Stillwater QB moved to Ohio. You know, I don't know why Mr. Kinsey transferred to Ohio. Hard to say. Oh, a field goal? White Bear has a kicker that can make this? That's a 51-yard field goal. He got it! I gotta see this. What? Bro, whoa. Whoa. I am impressed. 51-yard field goal, White Bear Lake. And look at it. The number 7 is the kicker, right? Or 7 the holder? Yeah, 7's the holder. Never mind. That's the kicker. Okay, I want to make sure they celebrate with the kicker. I thought 7 was the kicker and nobody cared. NFL kicker right there. I don't know how much clearance he got, but yeah, they're hyped up and they're celebrating with him. Again, if White Bear could have had a touchdown there, but it's 2 a.m., Lance. Yes, it is, and I'm still on the grind. How many other 6A teams are watching film at 2 a.m.? 0. That's why I'm the main character. CPU's hanging in there. Windows isn't having any issues. Alright, did I miss something? Let's go. Yep, we're always about that work. Alright, Stillwater touchback, 80 yards to go to score. Let's see what Nick Kinsey does. They're in pistol 12 personnel. They did a tight end trade. You have to let him get set, Mr. Kinsey. If you don't let him get set, penalty, and they just run power. And it's basically I stuff. If you think about it, tight end, fullback are on the same side. Guard pulls around. He still has a kick out block. Do we have double teams at the point of attack? Has Stillwater learned? Do we have a double team here? No! The tackle blocks down and completely ignores the double team at the point of attack. Not that it matters. It's, well, our running back is so good that we just let him do his own thing. That's nice vision. Way to cut back. Also, who's that stays blind? Is that the center right here? Or is that the left tackle? The tackle may not have got the double team, but he attacks a backer, he gets up and he attacks the safety and keeps driving. That is amazing effort right there by the left tackle of Stillwater. Fantastic. Look at that. Boom, boom. Oh, and he stays driving him out. I think the rest of the South coaches should be watching the streams at this time. You know, I don't think so. They got families, they got lives, they got other stuff to do. This is all I do pretty much, so. Although I guess I did play some Pokemon Red version earlier today, and I went to the gym, but outside of that, yeah. Oh boy, there we go, and he's off to the races. If you let Emilio get out there, okay, first of all, it's 2 a.m. Pikachu, that it is. What's the defense here, though? So they're in a 3-4, they're sending a back. Why are we blitzing a weak side backer? Remember earlier when they were in their I formation, Stillwater? What play were you running when we saw the scout stuff you were doing at the beginning? Power to the strongs. Well, you know what? I take that back. They did run that goofy power to the weak side that Stillwater has never done. So maybe that's a scouting error on the part of White Bear Lake's coaching staff, because it looks like they're blitzing and expecting power on the weak side here, which is not where they run power. So, yeah. Oopsie. Big miscalculation there by White Bear. And then, like I said, fantastic effort. Love the downfield blocking from the left tackle there. Mr. Rosario's going to get down. What about the receiver blocking? Is that Owen Eggy up there again? Is that 15 up here? Or is 15 down here? No. He runs inside and does nothing. Am I hyped to coach our group 2 years in a row? We will see whether I land with sophomores or varsity at this point. Do I miss Burnsville in 6A? Well, I never played Burnsville when I was up here in 6A, but no. To me, it doesn't really matter what 32 teams are up here. I'm going to scout all of them and treat all of them with the same respect. Whether it's Burnsville, Eden Prairie, Rogers, you know, whoever. Except maybe Apple Valley. If Crapple Valley does make their way up here, we might give them a little bit of zest. Oof, what a Stillwater run. Yeesh. Yeah, I think that's just a big miscalculation on White Bear Lake's part. Because, what play was this? This was play 18. So go back to the pregame stuff. We'll come back to play 18 here in a second. Right here. See? Watch Scout O. What are they doing? They're running power. And the running back for the scout team, instead of following, is pulling guard, cuts it back into the hole where the guard pulled from. And Oh, boy. And then we go to the next play. I think this is the one where they run power to the weak side. Tight end's over here, right? Here's your tight end. Power should be going that way. That's power. He should be pulling around. I'm sorry, I drew that bad. Pulls around, pulls inside. He has the kick out, and then he runs in between. That's where power should be. But they ran it the wrong way to the weak side. And yeesh, yeah. And then funny enough, what do you do when you practice like that? You come back to what I say it was 18. So now, in-game scenario, you're like, oh, they're going to run power to the weak side. Let's go blitz to the weak side. Oops, they didn't run power there like we thought. They ran power the way they did on film against Lakeville North all week 1. Interesting. And there it goes. Wow. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that. I don't know, White Bear. That's a bit of a miscalculation. And again, something I forgot to mention thus far. So this is, I guess, technically the oldest rivalry in 6A football. This is the 100, like this particular game from last season is the 107th game between Stillwater and White Bear Lake. They've been playing each other for over 100 years. That's crazy. So, yeah, my point is, you should be very familiar with each other. So to make an error like that against a team you've played 106 years prior to this, I don't know, man. Yeesh. Yeah. So either way, less than 5 minutes off the clock. I do like White Bear's strategy on offense, though. They were absolutely crushing the double teams at the point of attack. On their inside zone. They just kept hitting inside zone. Then when they tried to get fancy, they got away from it. Do a little motion. They didn't know the snap count or the cadence, and they had a high snap fumble. Oh, ain't no way Stillwater just onside kicked. Did they? I gotta slow this down. Where did the ball go? Did it doink off someone? No, it went high and up tight. That's a live ball. Stillwater can get that. It went 10 yards. Dang. They actually might have gotten it. What are they calling? He's pointing in the Stillwater direction. No, White Bear got it. The Indian running condition. No, I don't remember that. And, no, I think I did that in I took that from when I was in high school back in it would have been fall 2010 was my freshman year of football is when we did that. Yeah, and we can't call it Indian run anymore. I think I had to talk with Coach Ladd about that. I'm like, hey, we got to come up with a new name for this. You can't be calling it. And he's like, what do you mean, Lance? I'm like, okay, I get you're from a different time, but we might actually get in trouble if we call it that. So, yep, had to work with him a little bit. Anyways, back to White Bear. We're still in 12. Slot trips closed. The slot trips are to the short side of the field. You can tell. Here's midfield and called the trips to the short side. Maybe they want to run to the wide side here. It's inside zone again. Ooh, what happened with our double teams at the point of attack? It's not there. Why did we not double team the nose? Or did we? Is the center and the guard? Center and guard double team the nose. Do we double team 84? No. And the center, or the play side guard is unable to get up to backer. 79 does a great job splitting the double team so that both of them stay occupied on him. Backer comes clean, makes a fill. Running back decides to try and cut it back, and he cuts it right back into the nose guard of all players. Not who I'd probably cut it back into, especially in that Stillwater defense. That Stillwater nose guard is an absolute stud. So now we got slot trips closed. Now they're at midfield, so it doesn't matter which way they really call this thing to. Oh, they call the wide receiver screen. I think this is what some of our coaches call a one-step screen because they don't know what it means, but let's see here. Do we actually get a block? We are breaking down at least so he doesn't run past us, but we get hands on and then we go backwards. Yeah, not a fan of that receiver blocking. If you really want to get out here, you need to be working here, block the edge there, and then he catches the ball and comes outside. When you kind of play patty cake with him, you haven't engaged him. And this is a great job at the Stillwater DB. He fights off the edge. Look at that. He hits him with a rip move. Rips across, is able to get on him. Yeah, they still got 7 yards off it. But again, had that wide receiver blocking been better, easily you could have had a first down, maybe more. Because then the next guy up isn't until you get to the safety. Yeah, Mr. Orange Coat here is throwing all these fake hand signals. This guy back here is throwing fake hand signals. These two guys are bogus. Mr. White Shirt here with the red hat. That's the guy you gotta watch. Or is it? No. These two. They're the ones actually calling stuff. I do like that White Bear is throwing out fake hand signals. That is pretty funny. No, none of the kids at Lakeville South did 40-second drill. I did not do any of the conditioning drills at Lakeville South. Where? Are they in a 2-4 nickel? No, 84 is a D end. He's just standing up. Interesting. Inside zone, 3rd and short. Makes sense. It's their bread and butter. Oh, the double team at the point of attack. It's not. Oh, see. Try to turn him in. He needs to do a better job reaching outside of the guard. And then, is this my buddy number 10? He's diving inside again, but this time it makes a little more sense against an inside zone team. And see, isn't that funny? He's used to playing that way because so many teams out in the Metro East love their inside zone. Not Mounds View, but you know, a lot of the other teams like zone. Well, I guess not really. Maybe Woodbury does. White Bear does. I don't think Forest Lake does. Eastridge didn't really. And Mounds View doesn't. So yeah, I guess maybe it's just White Bear and Woodbury. You can get away with that against them, but you can't do that against Lakeville North. Ooh, 1 yard. You can get 1 yard on an inside zone easily. All right, this is where I'm going to look for like an ice hand signal. Yeah, this. That might just be an ice hand signal. Unless he said sneak, 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 sneak. Nope, that was ice hand signal. There you go. Thank you, White Bear. I don't think anyone else does anything. Yeah, because our other buddy up here did absolutely nothing. I should start doing the conditioning drills at South. I don't think that'll be happening. Yeah, timeout. Take the timeout. Oh, what do we got now? Oh no, are they going to snap the ball over the head? Last time they did this jet motion from the Z, the ball went over the head. Just for general, that's probably a Y tight end. There's your X, Z, and then that's probably H. Running back. Typical spread offense terminology right there. And it's just inside zone. Oh, nice cutback lane. See, this is what I mean. Like, so if you're not going to run split zone, it's inside zone this way. Everybody blocks down. We have 12 personnel. H-back usually just fills backside C gap. And what does our buddy do? Number 10 never fails us, man. He dives inside yet again, loses the edge. 17 reads that, gets outside. Ooh, I think might have got away with a little bit of a fun time there. They're kind of battling back and forth, but that's, again, receiver blocking makes big plays. Receiver's making the block. White Bear gets outside of him. Keep going to the edge. That's a nice job, White Bear. Good cutback. The guy that's supposed to be low gear on the back side of the inside zone, for some reason, is diving inside. No surprise there. We know our buddy number 10 loves to dive inside. Both safeties are stacked. That's a backer. Where's the other safety? Is he here? Yeah, there's number 5. So this is a 2x2 set. Yeah, because you have tight end here, so it's pro slot. St. Thomas High School Stadium. They do have a very nice stadium. That kind of comes with being a private school. I've not been there in person, but I have seen it. I think I watched the Hastings stream when they played Hastings in the playoffs last year. Very good facility. No, they pulled. Is it power? They pulled the center. They pulled the center on a kick-out block. It's got to be a pass or play action, right? What was this, like quarterback trap? I'm so confused as to what this was supposed to be. The center pulls around. Backers are trying to read out here. We had a kick-out block on 45. Who's supposed to attack the defensive end? Because if you look, the right tackle of White Bear rips inside. He's not trying to block him. And it's not an option play because you're not doing anything. You ignore him. I guess he's not going to make the play, but then who's supposed to take the edge defender? The guard? Is the running back supposed to help? If the running back's supposed to help with him and it's an outside run, why are you not working to overtake him? Jefferson pulled the center? I never remember that happening. I remember we pulled play side guard on toss or belly, backside guard pulled on power. They wouldn't run counter, even though I asked them to. Jefferson needed to run GH counter. But I do not remember the center pull. And dive, both tackles looped inside, guards kicked out. But I swear I do not remember Jefferson ever pulling a center. Maybe varsity did that, but I don't think we ever did that at the 9th grade level. All right, so either way, quarterback was forced to scramble. Stillwater's still stacking a safety down in the box. So like I was talking about with, I think North did this earlier. The jet motion, yes, running back's opposite, so there's a threat of the jet getting it, but when H is over here, there's no threat of GH counter back the other way. The one thing they might do here, which I know Chaska used to do this, is a jet sweep read. So they do have jet sweep. They pull play side guard. CSTMA, when you're running to the outside, when you're a spread, pull play side guard, not backside guard on a toss. So I'm giving them that. But look, what he's doing is the quarterback is reading the linebackers inside. And he actually makes the wrong read here. This is called like more of a power read or a jet read. Rogers, what they'll do is they'll read these inside backers. If inside backers go that way, I think Chaska does this too. Quarterback keeps. If the inside backers stay put here, jet sweep gets the ball. That's like classic power read. That's what Georgia Tech calls that. And where do the linebackers go? Linebackers are going this way. It should have been quarterback keep right there. And do we get blocks at the point of attack? No reach block. Number 17 tries to take him, but the corner... Stillwater corner does a great job. He maintains his edge out here. He forces it back inside, and then linebackers come and help him clean up. Fantastic effort by the Stillwater cornerback. Now it's 3rd and long. What do we got? Zone, clap, Z clap, Z clap. Bootleg out to the right, maybe? No, because the running back's on the wrong side. I don't know. Z clap, Z clap. Well, you know what's... Okay. That is actually the Z. X is here. There's H. And here's R. I'm sorry. This is Y. There's R. So they did call a special route just for the Z. So, yeah. I wonder who the Z receiver is. Which is kind of interesting. They're like, we don't trust our quarterback to make a read. We're just going to tell him where to throw the ball. Yeah, we're going to tell Z to do this route, and you throw it to him. Incomplete. Also, where's Stillwater's deep safety help on that play? Did I miss it? He came with the deep... What is the coverage here? Is it cover 3? It looks like it's supposed to be cover 3. If it's the classic Stillwater cover 3, safety makes a bad read here. What teams run man and zone? You know, pretty much every team does man and zone. Usually you'll see man defense in the red zone, like within the 10-yard line, and then usually you'll see zone far out in the field. It's pretty rare teams play man out in the middle of the field. I can't think of any off the top of my head that do that. At least not that I remember in 6A. Are they settling for another field goal? They are. They took their shot. I don't know if they get this one. I mean, they hit a 51-yarder. I don't see why they wouldn't. Oh, it's good, but there was a penalty. Oh, it's on White Bear? What do they call? Holding? Yeah, I see it there. They hugged and tackled him. That's where they threw the flag. Yeah, poor number 41. I love the hair, but yeah, he had no idea that he just had to got them a penalty. Oof. Yeah, they got 3 and 3 with slots on each side to block. The kid can easily hit this kick. We saw him hit, what was it, a 51-yarder earlier? I mean on the same play. One of my streams, I said the defense play call. Yeah, so Osseo and Burnsville's going to do this next year, talking with one of their coaches. Cover 6. That's like an NFL-level defense. So going back, it's hard to draw it up with Stillwater here because they only have one high safety. And it's tough against 12 personnel. But normally they'll say, okay, backside is manned up with an X right here. They draw a line down the middle, and you'll see they'll play cover 4 on this side, manned up on the backside. That's what a cover 6 is. Or maybe they'll play cover 2 on the backside with cover 4 on the boundaries or on the field side. That's what cover 6 is. I don't know many teams in 6A that truly run cover 6. Osseo tried. Park Cottage Grove might have tried to do it, but most of the time it's very rare. I don't think even like a Maple Grove or a Minnetonka have done it. But then again, you know, College Football 25 came out last summer, and everyone saw, oh, I can just call cover 6. The new Madden games, the new College Football is cover 6. I'll call that. Well, do you really know what a cover 6 is? You talked with Vic Fangio at all? No? And again, it's a super complicated defense. Your safeties and your nickel back, if you're doing a 2-4 nickel, have to be locked in. 5A for cover 6. The only team that I saw do a 2-4 nickel, and I haven't seen much 5A film from last year. I did watch a little bit of Andover versus St. Thomas from week 1. I don't know if St. Thomas was in a cover 6, but they were in a 2-4 nickel, and Andover's like, all right, you're going to play a nickel package? Run the quarterback. Which, again, smart play calling. You're not outsmarting Coach DeVellis. They missed this time. Now it went wide, or was it blocked? Nope, went wide right. Bummer. And they made the field goal earlier. Remember, because number 41 right there decided to hold, that just took 3 points off the board for Stillwater. I'm sorry, for White Bear. Yeesh. You can't keep teams straight at 2 in the morning. Another trade. Are they going to run power right again? Bootleg off of it. Nice play calling, nice setup. White Bear had no clue what hit him. Look, see? And they're still blitzing the backside. Why are we doing that, White Bear? My guys. They blitz? How many did they blitz? Why are we blitzing the weak side? They don't go to the weak side. Have we not watched any Stillwater film? They're constantly going strong side, and they're like, blitz weak. And look at this. Play action. Beautiful play action power. It looks exactly like the power they ran. That's why it's so successful. Funny how that works. And then beautiful catch downfield. Take the flat. Deep is covered. Also, one thing I do like, why does the White Bear safety come down? Both the safeties come down. Hey, Mr. Kinsey, we have a touchdown right here. But they're running a levels concept. That's rough. I guess he didn't see that. Plus 22 is a little bit in the passing lane. It's hard to get that ball past 22 to 88. I'm taking note of that, though. White Bears safeties abandon the middle of the field. Now you have a Twins look. Corners out here. Fake jet. What do we have? Counter. They did. They ran GH counter. Oh. There's a kick out. There's a lead up the middle. Nice. What am I going to complain about, though? Where's the receiver blocking? Or is that the backside tight end? That's the tight end coming across. The receiver runs inside and does nothing. If the downfield blocking happens here, Emilio's got another touchdown. Instead, the kid, 88, or the wide receiver was supposed to block. They just completely left them untouched. Corner doesn't get touched, and he's able to make a touchdown-saving tackle. It could be 14-3 Stillwater if we blocked downfield. Skill position blocking makes big plays. But I guess we don't do that here. Yeesh. Sticking with the pistol eye stuff. Not quite an eye. It's still like 12 personnel. It's more of like a tray look. You got 3x1. Just have the H-back sniffer inside. Kind of looks like stuff Chaska used to do. Play action, you can tell because there's nobody out there to get the kick out block. Oh, what route are we running? Yeah, number 13. What route are we running here? Is this supposed to be a post? Also, nice job by White Bear discovering or disguising the coverage. They're playing exchange over here. He's playing 2-1. White Bear might be playing a cover 6. Because you got man up on the backside over here. This safety stepped down to the flat. These two are playing an exchange over here. Yeah, tried to make something happen. That was pretty solid coverage. You got to disguise coverages against a good QB like Nick Kinsey. Ain't no way they're getting the jet. It's power back the other way, which it is. Yes, sir, Emilio. Oh, yeah. We have a double team at the point of attack. Good job, Stillwater. Look at what happens when you get a double team at the point of attack. Beautiful. Now, who does the pulling guard hit out here? Pulling guard gets to the next level. Oh, fantastic. Marcus Lamanga played for Edina one game. I don't think that's true because Marcus played in the third game of the season against for Jefferson, right? So if you are making an in-district transfer like that, the rules are if you change schools without like purchasing property or something within school boundaries, you are totally ineligible for participating in varsity competitions for 1 year from your start date of the sport. So yeah, if he really did do that, it would have been impossible for him to play Jefferson football unless he was still living within Jefferson boundaries and transferred back. Then the only, I guess, penalty you get at that point is you have to miss 2 games, which is just like a 2-week period from whenever you transfer back to Jefferson. So I think that's actually what happened to Marcus because he open enrolled at Edina and then still lived within the same home within the Jefferson boundaries. So when he went back to Jefferson, didn't have to open enroll or anything. He's already living within boundaries. It's only a 2-week penalty. Otherwise, like I said, he would have been gone for a whole year. Oh, Stillwater's learning. Even number 21 gets a decent kick-out block. And he's attacking inside shoulder. Ooh, he does give up a little too early. You can't give up until Mr. Rosario has passed you. And that's just a great job running. He's going to be back next year. Stillwater has to do an I formation next year. They have to. Speaking of, unbalanced pistol queen eye. There's something you don't see every day with more of a sniffer instead of him back there. So it's not quite pistol queen, but this is some Chaska stuff right here. Boss. Who do they pull? They pull anybody or are they just reaching? They're just reaching. Reach blocks still are not there. White Bear plays it really well. And where's the receiver blocking? You don't block the edge of a defense on an outside run. What are we doing? You literally run inside past him. Oh. I know he opened and rolled into Edina by saying he was actually living in Edina. So I don't think he ever lived in Edina. I think he was living in Jefferson. You know, I don't know. I guess I don't know where the kid lives. But those are the rules. If you transfer, like, say you still live within one school's boundaries, you open and roll somewhere else, and you come back to the one you live in, 2-week period. If you full-on move and move back, like, you buy a new home and then buy a home back that gets around the rules, I believe. Yeah. There's a lot of weird, complicated rules with that. 22-eye, double tight, one wide receiver. Of course, it's Owen Eggy out there. Go figure. We're going to do power. No, they're icing him and White Bear jumped. No, they didn't jump. Really? Also, White Bear at the goal line defense. Notice they've changed. They're now playing a 4-4 defense. Outside backer, 2 inside backers, and then 1 safety, 2 corners. So noted, White Bear Lake, they're a base 3-4. We've saw a 2-4 nickel. I don't know if they did it this game, but I think we did see that in pregame warmups. They were running a 2-4 nickel, and they have a 4-4. So you could have 2 D linemen, you could have 3, or you could have 4. That's a lot of different sets. Is there a penalty here? Did someone jump off sides? How was Daniel able to transfer and still play varsity basketball? He technically was moving to a school in California and then transferred from a school in California back to a school in Minnesota. That's how. So technically he's out of state and gets to come into state, so he gets sports eligibility. Did White Bear jump off sides, or do they have 11 men? Or maybe they're lined up in the neutral zone, because they have the correct number of defenders in the field. I don't see a flag. Timeout Stillwater. Oh, I guess it's just a timeout. Ponies didn't like something. At least this game's going by fast. First quarter's already almost done. Power bootleg. Nick Kinsey, for some reason, is running way too far back. Just step up in the pocket, and it's there. I do like we're calling a crossing pattern. Going back to Edina. Edina knew Egan would not budge out of man coverage or cover 1 or 2 man under. So they called a lot of crossing patterns. Same thing here. Hit him with a whip route. Always open, is just overthrown. And you know what's funny? That's defensive pass interference. He tries to tackle him and he can't. And that's number 10, the outside linebacker that loves to dive inside. Yep, half the distance to the goal for Stillwater. I like the concept. I just don't think we're getting much separation. I got to give a little bit of credit to the White Bear DBs there. They stayed pretty tight. Is this stretch again? But I still talk to all of the Jefferson buddies. I still talk to Coach Ladd quite a bit. Are they reach blocking? We do have a solid reach block at the edge here. Now you actually should go outside, and he did. Okay, I was like, come on, get outside. We finally called stretch, and it's there. It's actually there for once. Okay, not a fan of 21 looking back inside. Mr. Rosario, follow the blockers. If it's stretch, it's supposed to go outside. That can't be number 10. It is number 10. Number 10 has a great reach block. Look at him. He fights half a man. He turns around this way. He tries to turn the White Bear defender back in. Oh, redemption arc right there. Number 10, gold star. Coach Lance approves of you now. Oh, get this weird, mesh out of here, brother. I made my GPU spike. It's like, no, I don't want to run this play. Okay, they kicked a field goal. 13. No, they got a touchdown? Did I miss? Oh, yeah, duh. Emilio ran it in. I was like, huh? And just like that, first quarter, it's 14-0 Stillwater. And that was a touchback. Yeah, dude. I'm sorry, it's not 14-0. It's 14-3. White Bear just has shot themselves in the foot. Could have been a touchdown. Had stupid penalty. Or, I'm sorry, not a stupid penalty. Bad play call that was overly complicated. Bad snap over the head. Next drive. We're able to get a field goal. Had it called back because you decided to hold, and then you missed the second one. So penalty, kicking game mistake. And you're losing the game. How about that? Funny how that works. At least a lot of these plays are like transitions in between, so not as many plays as I thought. Still in 12 personnel. We're in pro slot. Tight end here. H there. Remember, he's X. This is Z. GH counter. No. No, they made the mistake. What have I always said about GH counter? We talked about this. Edina made this mistake once and never went back to it. You can't call GH counter this way with the running back on this side. The blocks just don't have the time to develop before the running back gets the ball and tries to make something happen. You gotta give the handoff on this side, or have the running back, if you're in pistol, have him step out this way, make it look like a run, and then counter back that way. It's called GH counter. The running back has to counter. There's no counter here. And look where all the Stillwater linebackers go. Boom, boom, boom. What are we doing, White Bear? You can't call. We get a decent kick out block there. Also, really good job by number 45. They kick out the defensive end, who's the wrong guy to kick out. And again, it looks like they haven't run this. If this is supposed to be like how Edina does it, the pulling guard sort of turns inside and keeps working him. But then he gets pulled across and is holding him. Yeah, I don't know about that, White Bear. He's trying to turn him and kick him out. You should just adapt, get out there. Where'd the H-back go? The H-back ran inside and took the same guy for no reason. And then the guys they were supposed to block are... He's the one they're supposed to kick out. 84 comes and helps make the tackle. Who's the other backer? Is that him? No, that's the backside inside linebacker. Follows a pulling guard through the hole and attacks. Again, you can't do that. If you're going to run GH counter, go back to the practice scripts. You got to give the handoff opposite of the play side. You have to. Otherwise, the blocks just cannot develop. We saw, well, didn't quite see that with Park Cottage Grove. They struggled with GH counter, but that's yet another team that runs GH counter. We saw Stillwater do it. We saw Park do it. Eastridge did it. I guess technically Forest Lake did it. Now we've seen White Bear do it. Mounds View does it. Last remaining team out there in the East, does Woodbury run GH counter? I guess to be determined at a later date if I ever watch Woodbury film. Ooh, ankle pop. We got some zest here. Bubble. You can't call bubble when the safety's cheated up. You call bubble when he's out deep. Dude. Great read by the Stillwater safety. And that's, again, he made a great play. I'm not going to take that away from him. This is awful play calling by White Bear. And again, look at the awful execution. You're backpedaling. You stop dead in your tracks to catch the ball instead of continuing to run out sideways. That is just such a poorly executed bubble. I feel like I've talked that to death about why you do not run bubbles like that. I was making fun of Stillwater in the previous game, Stillwater versus North. Here I am giving White Bear crap about it in the next game. Osseo I've roasted for it. Blaine. I don't remember if I think I gave Anoka a little bit of a hard time for it because it's just not really that efficable the way they were doing it. Now it's 3rd to mile. They're in 10 personnel. They got to pass. This is like Champlin Park stuff here. You're in 12 personnel. Now you got to pass. You go to 10 personnel. No such thing as 11. That's actually a good job. He sees the dig coming over the middle. Safety isn't able to pick it up and come down on it. This safety should be coming down, but he can't. He's making a read over here. He's not staying in his zone. Stillwater's just playing cover 4. Oh. What's weird is they do a heavy blitz over here. They run cover 4. Maybe he's staying in the flat and it's 3 and then 3. I don't know. Do I talk to any former Jefferson players? No, none of them really reach out to me at all. Daniel Freetag once in a while will hit me up or say something, but that's about it. All right, White Bear, you got the first down. Now what are we doing? Inside zone. Pointing. What's the play call, coach? What do we got? This dude's a fraud. Don't listen to him. These are the real guys. Strong right. Oh, yep. Strong right. Nice. Coach didn't like something. He took a timeout real fast there. He's like, yeah, I just don't think they understand what I'm saying. Apparently not. So that's 2 timeouts burned, and we're not even out of the first quarter yet. Actually, no, that's 3 total timeouts because White Bear's taken 2. Stillwater's taken 1. We're still in the first quarter. What's happening? Do I think Pierce Opon could play in the NFL? You know, I don't know. I didn't really see much of him in college. I didn't watch any NAIU stuff. Once again, we're pulling a center. So anytime they pull the center, it's a play action. Oh! And he misses the actual wide open at the second level. He tries to check it down to the flat. And flat defender, flat receiver actually has a spider web that's pretty solid. But ball's just a little bit overthrown, hits him at the top of the fingertips. And once again, second level's wide open. Remember how I was saying earlier, Stillwater, and North was doing this too, had a bad job where they couldn't get the levels concept down. They had this guy coming way too flat, so he was clashing with the third level. First level's there, second level has a good depth, and third level's in the flat, and then you have the backside post. That's a really nicely well run flood. Give White Bear some credit there. Didn't complete it, threw to the wrong receiver, but it was drawn up well, and the receivers ran the correct routes. Ooh, are we in wing twins? We're in wing twins. We've got our tight end and H-back on the same side, X and Z down here. And what do we run? We run power. We pulled the center. And then he goes back to the hole where the center pulled from and gets tackled right away. Yeah, I don't know about that. What is the rule with coach and player contact in the summer? The only rule is that you're only allowed to have 11 total practices throughout the summer, and there's blackout dates. The week of 4th of July, we can't talk to kids, and then the week right before two-a-days start in August, can't talk to kids either. This is a timeout. Why do they record a timeout? That's not even that was end of the quarter. A lot of weird stuff recorded here, Stillwater. Not change the formation. They're calling something out to the right. Speed option. Interesting. I want to see the hand signals here. What gives away it's the speed option? Run out to the right. I don't know. So this gives away which side the play goes to, though. I can tell you that much. Ooh, he doesn't get up close enough. That's really well defended by Stillwater. So when you run a speed option, do they block the corner? Yes. Do they block the edge defender? No. That's who you want to read in a speed option. The problem is you don't get a good block on him. He's able to get up there. I got to give, once again, Stillwater inside linebackers do such a great job. Look at him scrape all the way across here. He gets up, and he's able to chase down the running back who got the pitch. Stillwater inside linebacker play is fantastic. I got to give a lot of credit there. Way to chase that down. Yeesh. And Stillwater lost this game? What happened? White Bear punts. Standard punt formation. Punt protector's a little bit wide. Why can't you do the week before two-a-days? Because the state high school league said no. Because that technically, they feel that it's a little bit too close to the regular season. So it's essentially like you have another week added on to the beginning of the regular season. So they just make it fair for everybody. Nobody practices the week before two-a-days. And then two-a-days, everyone starts fair and square. Yeah, a lot of kids standing around on punt return. Okay, 69 yards to go to score here. Not too bad. We're in an ace look. 12 double tight. Tight end each side. Both receivers are off. Interesting. I have not seen this before from Stillwater. Again, when you start to do more stuff, how do you manage to practice all of it? I don't know. They ran stretch. Oh, God. They must have taken a play out of page out of STMA's playbook. Problem, they took the worst possible one. You know what's funny here is the tight end actually gets a solid reach block on the outside backer. It's the tackle against number 41 that struggles. He lets 41 fight all the way outside. Oh, you know what? That's actually a safety there. Wait a minute, White Bear. We're in our 4-4? They must have said anytime we get two tight ends, we're always calling a 4-4. And this is like Shakopee. When they see 4-4 and you're playing tight like that, what do they go to? Rocket toss. So, good play call here. Execution, questionable. You got to be able to get the reach block on that guy. 41 does a really good job here, fighting outside, staying with the play. You know, you could argue the running lane's right there. What do Stillwater receivers do on run plays? Look at this. He shuffles inside and pretends to do absolutely nothing at all. Why are you not just blocking the corner? The guy that comes up and helps make the tackle? I don't know. 41 also does it. Yeah, I can't give 41 enough credit there. I think this is a backside defensive line. No, that's a backside inside linebacker. Blitzed, he came across. Came nice and flat down the line. I think 21 was another. 21's the other blitzing linebacker. They did a nice little stunt there. White Bear Lake linebackers want to run fit. D-line's not doing much, but nice. Double tight. Yep, still 12 double tight. White Bear still in a 4-4 defense with a safety stacked down in the box. I'm sorry, an inside backers walked up here. Wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 1, 2, 3. Is it just Jefferson, or do you think other high school teams had players still walking into the meetings when they are supposed to be there at a certain time? I'm sure every team struggles with that. You're always going to have kids that try and show up late, but that's all part of the program and the culture. If a kid's going to do that, don't play football. Simple as that. Oh, Mr. Kinsey tries to set up a bootleg here, but outside backer. No, it's not outside backer. That's a defensive end there. Does a solid job containing. I don't know why this D end out here is trying to play pass protection. That's very bizarre. Number 99, you're unblocked. Why are you looking out at him? Get up there and go make a play. Why is a defensive lineman going out into pass coverage? White Bear, I need answers. Also, you threw that nowhere. I don't know. So, yeah, Stillwater, not good on stretch. Come back with a pass concept. And once again, 3rd and long, what do? Got to go to 10 personnel. Throw a nice little post over the middle here. Almost a dig. Yeah, it's more of a dig. And again, you want to have that dig split the 2 deep safeties. He does a solid job doing that. Easy first down. And the corners are distracted. Yep. I like that. D lineman and pass coverage. Yeah, I have no idea what White Bear was thinking on that play when they dropped. And see, like I said, look at all the different stuff they do. This play, they were in a 4-4 defense. Fast forward to the next play, I didn't see what they were in this one. They're in a 3-4, no, they're in a 2-4 nickel. So as soon as the 10 personnel came in, they are IDing personnel at White Bear. They're like, okay, they took out the tight ends, get the 4-4 out of there, throw in the nickel package. And they got the first down on dig, so that's bizarre. You throw out your nickel and you still get cooked. Oh boy. Now they're in a 2-4 nickel. 3 safeties, 2 corners. I'm surprised he's manned up. This looks like cover 6. You have flat, deep, and then over here, deep, deep, flat. So that would be a cover 6. So you have cover 4 on this side, cover 2 on this side. 4 plus 2 equals 6. Oh, what a catch. And no, it's not, because you're playing man coverage here. Man with safety help over the top. Is it man over here? What defense did I like better, Coach F or Coach Woody? You don't know. I seem to recall our varsity teams both giving up a lot of inside runs, regardless of which of those 2 schemes we did, so hard to say. Oh, Stillwater threw in a replay of that. Yeah, nice Moss. Okay. Good high point. Receiver got his hands up. Spiderwebbed the ball, didn't clap it. White Bear's still in a 2-4 nickel, but what are they doing? They're trying to do like Lakeville North, but it's not obvious. North was so good with how they were doing their radar defense, or the prowl, and they did stunts off of it. Oh, yeah, there's a little bit of a stunt here. We loop around, but we're just not getting there. And then, is this power? What do we call here? Yeah, they called power and they pulled a center. That's more of a halfback draw, actually. Also, Where's the running lane? Right there. What do? We pull a Prior Lake, bounce it outside, and next to no gain, maybe a yard. Tisk. Not where you want to run. Again, remember when I was talking about this with Blaine and Anoka? Blaine saw that Anoka was in a 2-4 nickel, and they kept trying to run the ball outside for some reason. When you have a 2-4 nickel, right up the middle, that's where you should be running. And for some reason, teams just refuse to do that. Look at how the middle of the field opens up with a 2-4 nickel. There's your gap in a 2-4 nickel. Split the two linebackers. Give them the zest. Oh, no. No. Why did we pull a backside guard on a jet sweep? I was giving Stillwater credit earlier on their toss and stretch. I'm like, oh, they're not STMA. They're not pulling a backside guard on an outside run play to the other edge. And now look what they do. They're like, you know what? We will do that on a jet sweep, Coach Lance. What you said is smart, and we don't want to do that. Well, more power to you, I guess. And obviously, the threat of a jet sweep is here. Running back is on that side to lead block. And, you know, it's a 2-4 nickel. Block him down, pull him around. He can help reach. Double, block. You can double that up to safety. The plays are there. Speaking of doubling up to safety, guess who never got to safety and did absolutely nothing? The backside pulling guard. Look at him. And it's not the kid's fault. It's the same thing I was talking about with STMA when they would run their toss on out of 10 personnel or 11, whatever. You pull the kid out there, and the backside guard's never going to get there. The play's going out here. He's blocking in here. Like it's a total waste. Stop doing that, team. Spread offenses. If you're going to go outside like with a toss or jet, pull play side guard, not backside. It's almost 3 in the morning and I'm not even halfway through this game. I'm going to die tomorrow. Yeesh. Mr. Kinsey rolls out of the pocket. Why does this receiver DB come all the way over here? Why did this deep safety abandon his job? You're playing a 2-4 nickel. What's the coverage? Are they playing man underneath? He goes with a man. He stays with the man. He leaves his man. They're playing a cover 1? Yeah, because there's one deep safety. Why did the deep safety choose to come all the way over here? He's supposed to look for the deep man, right? I guess there is a post. Oh, Mr. Kinsey missed. He's got his buddy wide open right there and just way overthrew him. Maybe he can't throw on the run. I don't know. 9 was wide open for a touchdown and we missed him. That's a bummer. All right, Stillwater, what do we got this time? A tunnel screen, and we dropped it. This sort of works because, look, running back's going the opposite way. I don't like that he's coming in. And what do the linebackers do? They go inside, except for the outside backer. One of the most important, but you're able... Oh, is that the tackle? Play side tackle whiffs the block on him. If this is actually caught, you make that happen. But it's dropped. So close. They could have pulled that off. Should have done what Edina did. Send the running back out in the other direction pre-snap. Now you got to go deep. 3rd and 11. Did White Bear dial up any unique pressure here? Yeah, he did a little bit of a stunt. They lined up. Line back. No, he's inside the whole time. Dude did an X-blitz, but did not go anywhere. Also, edge is wide open out there. No. You have close to a first down. You ran your classic comeback, but then you bounce it back inside. Yeah, I guess that's where the DBs are giving him space. Keep running. White Bear kid makes a shoestring tackle. It's 4th down, Stillwater. Stillwater can get 1 yard, right? It's not even a yard. You got this. Oh, we have yet to talk about the Maryland Eye, because Stillwater didn't do it against North. Here it comes. So the Maryland Eye is a 32 personnel, very old school I formation. You're double tight, hence your 2 tight ends. 3 running backs, and it's called the Maryland Eye because you have 3 running backs all in a row. That is an old school Maryland Eye. What state did it develop in? Maryland. Boom. And as far as I know, Lakeville North's freshman team did it a little bit last year, but varsity-wise, I think Stillwater is the only team that does it. According to one study. You know, I don't read rankings or anything like that. Rankings don't really mean much to me. I'm sure Stillwater was ranked much higher than White Bear Lake, but game didn't quite turn out that way, did it? What do they run? Power? No, they reach. They ran toss. They don't pull anybody on toss. Do we get a reach block? No, he kicks out. You know what? That works. He's like, hey, if you're going to give me the gap, I'm going to kick out. And I love the toss play call because what is White Bear doing? They're like, oh, they're giving us the Maryland Eye. Bring out the 4-4. It's a double tight set. And again, look at how tight they are inside. They're just giving away. Oh, my goodness. Is this really a 4-4 set? It looks more like a 4-3. 2 inside backers. Corner, corner. Lakeville South is number 4. I'm assuming probably like a Minnetonka or a Maple Grove are above us. Maybe Wyzetta. Oh boy, that's wild. Number 88 could have kept blocking. No double teams here. Nobody got up to the safety. Yeah. 88 gets up there to the safety. That could have been a touchdown. But, hey, I don't know. White Bear's expecting an inside run. We're sticking with the Maryland Eye. You going to give him toss left? No, he fumbled it. Oh, okay, I'm going to play this in slow motion. Look at this. He pitches it into the butt of the second fullback. Boom, and it doinks off his butt because 88 can't get out of the way fast enough. That's the one downside of the Maryland Eye. And again, if you haven't practiced it that much, why are we calling it in a game? Nope, knocking my mic over. I wonder, Stillwater. Yeesh. Rosemount, Mankato West, and yeah, Maple Grove. Okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. This is a solid list. Well, you know, I don't know if Mankato West does much outside of football. I'm not too familiar with them. I don't think their basketball is all that good, is it? Maybe that list is a few years old. Yeah, if that was like a 2022 list, I can totally see that. Oh, bad toss. At least Stillwater got the ball back, but you're behind the sticks. Did they switch to a 2-4 nickel? We're in 10 personnel. Are they IDing it? Yep, and they switched to a 2-4 nickel so fast. So White Bear is on top of what they want to do. If it's 10 personnel, 2-4 nickel. If it's double tight, bring in the big boys. No flag. Nope, that was pretty solid defense. The list came out a few days ago? Yeah, that's bizarre. I don't know about that one. Some kind of timeout or something there. Don't know what happened. Let's keep cruising through this. 10 personnel, 3rd down and long. Switch to the side. Halfback swing. You're going to take the check down. He's throwing the seam over the middle. No flag. Do I know Coach Nelson at Chanhassen? No, I've never met Coach Nelson at Chan. Seam. Are they expecting cover 3? It's more of a... Again, look. See how they cross? It's a cover 1. Look at the crossing pattern. They're playing man with 1 deep safety, and I have no idea where he's going. He's like, I'm just going to cover the flat. And he ends up in the middle of nowhere. You might as well just blitz that kid if you're playing cover 1. Like, he's not doing anything back there. And once again, the deep safety loves running this way for some reason. Is Owen Eggy over here? No, he's not. Oh, there's Owen Eggy. Oh, we're just forcing the ball to our receiver there. It's like, I don't care who's open or who's not. I'm throwing. You have better options, but okay. Solid coverage there by White Bear and man coverage. I gotta give him credit. It's not easy to run man coverage. White Bear's getting it done. Stillwater, we gonna kick? We gonna kick? Hello? Maybe? What is happening here? Do we have a play? We took a delay of game? No, was there a personal foul? What happened? Yeah, they called something on Stillwater here. What do you throw this flag on? Did Mr. Eggy give the official a few choice words here? He must have. Yeah. Interesting choice. Yeah, either way, that's backed up 15 yards Stillwater. No. That's 20 yards. What did you do that was a 20-yard penalty? Did they take another penalty after that? Oh boy. Yeah, something's weird. I've never seen a 20-yarder. I guess it was just that egregious of an offense. Maybe it was back-to-back personal fouls. Maybe and it was from where it happened. Spot? No, it wouldn't do that because it was dead ball foul. Oh, we have a decent blitz off the edge, but what is he doing? He comes in way too tight. Nick Kinsey escapes. Stands in there and throws the ball. Ain't no way. Oh, tipped, but no. Looks like Stillwater's just throwing up prayers. Yeah, I don't know if I like the passing concept. And again, smart blitz. Oh, and look, we have a stunt from the D lineman up front. They're doing a good job. I do like some of the design of White Bear's stuff. It's just their technique really is not there with how to tackle, how to come in on a blitz, how to break down. A lot of those details really are not there. 12 personnel again. They were slot trips to the weak side, inside zone. Hitting them with inside zone again. And we randomly cut back into the wash for no reason. Tight end's not filling backside C gap. Look at him. He's trying to kick this guy out. If you're running an inside zone, he's never going to get there. Get up there. That's an interesting choice. And then those guys make the play. How does White Bear come back in this game? Stillwater is cooking. 12, 404. He might have shifted inside a little bit. They're still stacking safeties. Stillwater loves stacking safeties. Looks like you're going to get hover 3 here again. Who's taking the flat on the backside? 10 blitzes all the time. I guess, yeah, and if you're taking a deep third, you got to get back there sooner. He's in a hook to curl, and you're clashing zones. Comeback, classic. Call a comeback to the sticks, out to the boundary. Makes the catch, goes down, third manageable. Cooperate, GPU. Let's get it going. Do I remember how we went from huddle to no huddle at Jefferson? No, I do not. When I was there, it was always no huddle. I think we switched to huddle when we did the Daniel Freetag Wildcat package. That might have been the only time we did huddles. Because that was like a different play call series than any of our base play calls. Ooh, wing twins. It's going to be a run to the wide side. No, they just ran inside zone again. Stillwater gets the stuff. You got 9 men in the box. They're expecting it on 3rd and short. Why are you playing into them? Also, great job by the Stillwater defensive end. Look at him cross face here. The nose guard does a solid job. And I was giving White Bear Lake praise for double teams the point of attack. They completely whiff the double teams the point of attack here. Now, you'd think that would mean they're able to get up to the next level. But no, because when they get up to the next level, they look at them. Both of those guys whiff on the linebackers. They're like, huh? Oh. And they make the play. So not only did you not get important double teams at the point of attack, but then you also missed the backers you're supposed to get up to. Now it's 4th and 1. Called muddle. Yeah, I don't know what it was called. Now it's 4th and 1. You're going to go back to inside zone. Nope, quarterback lead. And you called timeout, White Bear. Oh, and that was their last timeout. There's still 4 minutes left. Now they're in slot trips closed. They wanted to call lead to the other side. Yeah, that's pretty solid. Where's my buddy on the edge out here for Stillwater? What does he do? He dives inside again. This time it's number 45. He's got to do a better job on the edge. If you're the edge defender, you got to be working half the man. He's so worried about stopping the dive. Quarterback bounces it, and he's not in position. If he stays in his gap, closes outside shoulder down off the edge there, then he takes away the inside. If running back bounces it, he's there. If running back continues to bounce, corner's got to come up. Speaking of corner coming up, fantastic receiver blocking. 82's making the play there. We did it because Chanhassen knew what the code words meant. That's a risky run, man. If you run code words or what's it called? Hand signals. There are teams out there that pick up on stuff like that and do sneaky things. Chanhassen is a sneaky team. Did you know that? So I was talking with the Elk River coaches about this. If you go and watch Elk River versus Chanhassen, the 2024 state semifinal matchup. Elk River won it 21-19. It's kind of odd that it was a low-scoring game for Elk River, right? And if you watch Elk River, they had a ton of false start penalties, and you're wondering, like, that's really uncharacteristic of Elk River. What is... And it's not like they changed their offense. It's just the base power T. What's going on? Well, good old Chanhassen knew their cadence, and Chanhassen was calling, like the defensive players for Chan was calling out Elk River's cadence on the field. And the officials said that's not a penalty. So Chanhassen just kept doing it and got away with it. So, yeah, and that's why Elk River had all those uncharacteristic false start penalties, because as far as their linemen knew, their quarterback was telling them to snap the ball, when in reality, it's Chanhassen outside linebacker doing that. So, sneaky storm. Sneaky storm. Anyways, that's a key 4th down conversion for White Bear. They go, ooh, they're passing. Oh, it's a sticks concept, except instead of a fade, you have a post, 5 and out, and you have the 5 and out and the fade on the backside. Yes, Stillwater picks it up beautifully, and we try and force it deep. Not there. Perfectly covered by Stillwater. And again, why are we throwing to a post? It's cover 3. You're throwing it right into the deep safety zone. What are you thinking? Going back to my old reference, it's not the exact same play because this was a post wheel, but if you have a cover 3, why are you throwing a post over the middle of the field against a cover 3? It's right in the safety zone. And where does it end up here? Right in that safety zone. Once again, interesting choice, White Bear. I don't know that I agree with it, but interesting choice. Ooh, they gave him an ice count again. They must have been doing this. Oh, all these hand signals. Just for inside zone right. Who jumped early? Sideline warning? If they don't back White Bear up here, it'll be a sideline warning. I think it was just a sideline warning for Stillwater. Game continues. What do we got now? Actually, I didn't see that last play. It was just inside zone. Yeah. Double teams. Double teams are a little bit better. We got to work on that. How many teams have I said need to work on double teams the point of attack? They should allow the QB to have a speaker, whatever, to hear the play. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't know what high schools are going to be able to afford something like that. That is very expensive. And that would obviously give an unfair advantage to the high schools that can afford it versus the ones that can't. Oh, nice job. Safety makes a bad read here. They're supposed to be playing exchange coverage. He's supposed to read 1 to 2. He reads the 1 and tries to stay with him. Corner should be there. If it's cover 4, again, zone, 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 zone. You should not fall for a crossing pattern like that if you're playing zone coverage. And you can throw a post over cover 4. If you're splitting the deep safeties, you can throw a post. So that is a much better play call. They got the look they wanted. Is White Bear going to get back on the board before halftime? Maybe. Now we're in 10 personnel. Stillwater is not ready to go. Look, they have no clue where to line up. What was a play call, coach? No one knows. They're saying, screw it, just go line up somewhere. You get out. Oh, they don't have the right kids. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They do have 11. We taking a timeout? We taking a timeout? Everybody attack. And they just ran inside zone. They're out of position, and White Bear got a free, 7 yards out of it. Take the timeout. If you're that badly out of position, there's only 3 minutes left. I guess you only have 1 timeout left, but we're burning through timeouts here in the city of Stillwater. Jeez. White Bear has none left. Power. No, they pulled the center again. I guess it is power, but they're pulling a center. And then it doesn't work because the running back goes in the hole where the center pulled from. I guess he bounces it to the weak side, but I do not like this play at all. You have one-on-one matchups, and then the center's supposed to pull outside of that. It just really does not work. Especially when Stillwater shifted over and they're playing a 2-2-5, and then he's out here in a 5. Why are we calling that White Bear? That doesn't work against that front, and you see it doesn't work. They're held up. Your guards are covered. They blow up the guards. There's nowhere for the center to go. Both the play side guard and tackle are left with one-on-one blocks. You have no double team at the point of attack. I don't like that. And they still get a first down, though, so fast kid dive, go find hole. And fast kid found hole. Quarterback lead. Why did we stop following our blockers? We cut it back for no reason into a Stillwater defender. Nice. That 49? Yep, 49 made a good read. Stayed out where he was supposed to. Blew up the play. I have no explanation as to why the quarterback's not following his blockers. And again, do we have a double team at the point of attack? A little bit better this time, but play side tackle is really, that's play side guard, really struggling to get over there. I cannot explain why the White Bear quarterback did not follow his blockers. He randomly cut back for no reason. If he just keeps pushing there, he's got a solid gain. But he's like, nope, I'm going to cut it back and look for a big play. Oh no, the Stillwater outside contain guy did his job, and now I'm TFL'd. Yeesh. Play action, yes sir. Oh, the dig is open, throw the dig! Yes! That is a nice touchdown. Okay. Who forgot to pick him up? Number 34, inside backer. Passed him off to a deeper safety, so this is cover 0. Jimmy Mack wanted to coach at South with me. We might still be looking for a lower level coach. If he does want to apply, I can check with Coach Burke, see what we still have available. Jimmy wants to coach, he can get into it. Oh, nice little... That's not quite a whip route. It's interesting. I don't know who was supposed to pick up the dig here. You can tell that it's cover 0, though. Who's the corner pickup? Nobody. Well, okay. Hold on. If it's a 3-by-1 look and we're in cover 0, why is number 5 stacked down over here? Get on the H-back. You have the tight end. You're there and you're man there. Everyone else played man coverage. The safety went with the wrong guy. You have nobody. And then 86 is running free. Stillwater. Do you not know that your random safety stacking rules are clashing with your man coverage rules at the goal line? Kids were clearly confused and not covering who they were supposed to be. And if White Bear saw that and predicted that, good on White Bear. Although based on the rest of their play calling, I'm not so convinced they might have seen that. Do we get the extra point, though? That's important. Almost blocked. Oh, I remember. This kid was a stud kicker, so that's 14-10. Pony's going to score again going to halftime. Nope, touchback. Hey, that like is a serious weapon that White Bear has. If you have a kid that can bomb it into the end zone, that is amazing. Make every team have to drive 80 yards to score on every kickoff or kick return. That's beautiful. What a luxury White Bear's got right there with that. Don't run stretch. Don't run stretch. It's the same stretch. Okay, at least it works better because you're just trying to reach block White Bear late kids, which actually works really well against, is it Mr. Longhair here? It is. Number 41. That's not the kid with the long hair, I don't think. Watch what he does. I think 41 might be back here somewhere and I missed him. Yeah, he's on this side. Ronnie switched from QB to wide receiver his senior year. Yeah, I could see that. He was a good quarterback. He could play receiver too. Kid was a stud athlete. He'd be successful anywhere. They could have put him at DB and he would have been good too. I cannot understand why the White Bear kid tries to jump back inside. Outside backer, you definitely messed that up. Work half a man, stay outside of the tackle. As soon as he tried to jump back inside, Emilio bounced it. You gave up the edge. Thankfully, a kid chases him down. 43. Is that the backside? That's the backside inside linebacker going all the way around there to chase him down. That's a stud running back he's chasing too. That linebacker's got some wheels. There was a penalty? It must have been holding. Yeah, they threw the flag for holding at the point of attack. Okay, well, unfortunately, White Bear's out of timeouts, so they can't stop the clock. Stillwater's just going to run. I don't know how you didn't see halfback draw coming here. They're going to run the ball. And look at him. What's he doing a fake out here? He's not running an RPO. You know what? That's interesting. Everyone's like, oh, is Stillwater running RPOs? I haven't seen a single RPO from Stillwater. Not one. Again, maybe this is a pre-snap RPO, but... Yeesh. So I remember when Lamanga played RB. No, because he refused to play running back. He would have been a very successful running back, but that's what happens when you get kids that go to 7-on-7. They all think they want to be a star wide receiver, and maybe that's not the best fit for their body type or the best way to get the ball in their hands. Like, look at Daniel Freitag his junior year at Jefferson. We put him at X receiver, and he's not doing a whole lot if you can't get the ball out there to him in the passing game. So, yeah. Then all of a sudden you put him at Wildcat, you let him touch the ball right away, and he's successful. Go figure. No, D-line for White Bear. What's this? Is that the nose guard? Nose guard. Why do we run up field? You do such a good chop right here. But then, look, he just blindly runs up field and is like, oh, I miss. You can't do that. Once you get past here, follow down the line. Clearly the center pulled. Center pulls. You're in his hip pocket following him down, and you make the tackle right there. But instead, you go upfield instead of making the tackle over there. Gotta have better technique than that. Poor Emilio's like ricocheting off his own men, too. Do we have a... We call inside zone here, Stillwater? I don't know what we called. What... Are we pulling the center? Are we double teaming? There's no double teams. Once again, we're blocking our own man. Look at this. The center does a fake pull and then starts blocking his own guard. You know what, Stillwater? Maybe we need to just stick to the I formation and stick with power and toss and stretch. Maybe that's the future for you. Nope, that's not going to get it done. That inside zone we saw against Lakeville North, no, not getting it done either. So now it's 3rd and 9. Obviously passing down for Stillwater. What is with these long time? No, they just run it right into halftime. They must have recorded a bunch for halftime. Yeah, see, here's warm-ups. Here's the kick return. Let's go back and watch the kick return. Did they just kick it touchback again? No, they actually let him field it. It bounces around. Oh, that's nice. They pin him back. Oh, what's the penalty? Oh, White Bear. What is this? He's already out of bounds. You see him standing out of bounds. And then you come over and deck him for no reason. Why would you do that? Oh, yeah, look. He's like, yep, eat him up. Chew up them yards. I get it's a rivalry game, but what a stupid play. Oh, my goodness. That is thick skull mentality right there. You know where you belong after doing that? To the bench. All right, we're back in that pistol tray open look. Motion him, see how they react, and then run back this way. You run back this way, right? We run, yes, we run power back that way. Yeah, I do remember Mr. Lamanga's visor. Again, that's probably a carryover from a 7-on-7 thing or maybe youth football. I don't care how you look. I care how you execute on the field. Can you do the job that the team needs you to do? If no, get lost. Or develop into an athlete that is able to do that. And if you are not open-minded to developing, nor will put in the effort to develop, well, that's your choice. You've chosen to be an NPC, so be it. No, we all missed the inside linebacker. You know, I was just saying that Stillwater needs to go to power out of their eye stuff because they clearly can't run inside zone. But then look what they do on power here. They completely miss all their blocks. Also, they move 41 down to a nose guard from a linebacker. Interesting choice, White Bear. Look, you're supposed to get the inside backer there. They both blow past them. Then you go up and block a safety. Who does a kick out get? Fullback turns 96 out. That's a good job. Yeah, you might want to switch those two guys. But then, look, because we missed that inside backer, now the pulling guard is like, well, crap, I have two guys I have to take. And he somehow does manage to take both of them, but 44 does a good job. Bounces outside. He's like, oh, half a man, run fit, block shed, attack. And look at these DBs for White Bear coming up. 47 needs to come up better in attack. That's pretty solid. Where did number 8 come from? He's the safety that was blocked by the guard, or the tackle, and they just gave up. Never mind. I think that's a tight end. That's a tight end. Yeah, 88 wants no business blocking. Maybe put our buddy number 10 back in. I think he'll do a little bit better. 10 must have gotten injured, because he's not playing on defense either. He's not playing tight end or outside linebacker. Bummer. It's another motion, and then they power it. Same play the other way. Why not? What position did I play in high school? I was a nose guard, and I tried to play fullback, but we wanted to run a spread offense that had 0 fullbacks. So my position was eliminated. And then we switched from a 4-3 defense to a 3-3 stack my senior year, and I was no longer a 1-gap defender. I had to try and be a 2-gap defender. I'm small. I'm not the type for that. And so essentially both my positions were eliminated. And I didn't do anything to help myself get better to be a 2-gap nose guard like I should have. So, yeah, that's on me. And I didn't lose the weight to play another position like linebacker or running back. So that's also on me. Power again. Mr. Rosario follows a block, but who breaks down here? Why does this not work? Blitz is picked up on the backside. Give a lot of credit to Stillwater's center for picking up the blitz. That's fantastic. Play side guard. You know why? Because we have no double team at the point of attack. White Bear blitzes the backside. He slants out. They force one-on-one blocking, and without that, Stillwater just chokes. Also, is this the center again? 67. Remember when he gave up on a block against the big boy from Lakeville North, who then turned around and forced Emilio to fumble like a second later? Here he is, 6 weeks, 5 weeks later. He gives up, and his guy immediately makes the block. Oliver broke the school squat record. You know, I think I saw that posted on Instagram. Mr. Wendorf might need to get a little bit lower, at least for the standard we have at Lakeville South. That would not have counted as a 1-rep max at Lakeville South. It's got to be play action. They pulled center man. No, they pulled backside guard. But fullback goes out. Play action. Taking a tongue. Ooh, nice comeback to Mr. Eggy. And he puts some moves on him. Makes him miss. Stays in bounds. That is a crisp route, and we actually execute. We're able to connect. We got a little bit of chemistry. Mr. Kinsey, maybe could have put it out a little bit more to the sideline, but throws to where he's at. White Bear defender is left on an island. Why are the safeties coming down? Are you playing... What is the coverage, White Bear? What are we doing? If the safeties are supposed to be back and helping the fades on the comebacks on the outside, because it looks like you're pressed up man. If it's man with too high safety, why are the safeties coming down? It looks like you're just playing man across the board, which again, on 3rd and long, you're calling man coverage? Yeah. White Bear, very questionable play calling right there on defense. Oh boy. And White Bear comes back in this game? No way, they ran GH counter. There it is, both teams ran GH counter. Stillwater still can't figure out how to run GH counter. Look at this. The H-back and the guard bump into each other and they can't figure out where to go. Well, it's because he's in too tight. Put him out here at actual H-back, not cheated inside. Then he gets kicked out. Now he has space to come underneath him inside. It's like neither of these teams can figure out GH. Because remember, White Bear tried to do the handoff on the same side. So QB was here. He hands off into the GH counter side, and it just never worked. The blocks couldn't develop. Well, here, these two are too tight together. The blocks can't develop because they're bumping into each other. It's like these two teams are competing with how, like, who can run GH counter, like, the worst way possible. You know what, White Bear and Stillwater, I think neither of you should run GH counter. Go watch Edina film. Watch my Egan versus Edina live stream I did 2 weeks ago. Fantastic way of how to call GH counter. Edina does it better than anybody. Are we going to go back to power? Power left. Do I hear power left? Going once. Nope. Play action. Oh, overthrown. It was there. Did the tight end mess up? Somebody messed up because these two are essentially in the same spot. Yeah, something's not right about this route. Something was wrong. If the tight end's supposed to go vertical, go over the middle. And I like the play call because what are the White Bear safeties doing? Okay, what's really stupid about this is you got man, and these two come down hard every time. Send the tight end deep over the middle. If you do like a tight end, not even a fade, just literally tight end right down the middle, a tight end vertical, he'd be open. He'd be catching the ball right here and walking into the end zone. But no, you send him outside and he bumps into this other route. Like, huh? Chopping the wood to the left, huh? Chop wood left. Ain't no way they called screen left. They started construction on Jefferson Stadium. I shared the post from Bloomington Public Schools when they did that. It was awesome. It was screen to the left. Dude, I am locked in. Once again, great coverage. Number 4, they call man coverage. He stays manned up on his buddy out there. And again, Stillwater. I don't know what we're thinking. Why are we having him block out there? Great shot by White Bear. I don't know if they knew that it was man. Well, again, it's man coverage. It's a little bit difficult to call a screen into man coverage like that. So, not a good play call. And again, what has White Bear been giving you? I've complained this whole drive about them giving you man coverage. So you know that's what they're playing. And you call something that doesn't work against man coverage when you know they're giving you man coverage. Questionable. What do we got this time, coach? We're on 4th down, 4th and 7. Ooh. Neck's getting stiff. It's almost 4 in the morning. Do they just... Oh, yeah, timeout. Another timeout. How many plays are left? There's still 84 plays? You gotta be kidding me. Tight end over the middle. But this time they ran cover 3. Look at that. Safety picks him up. It's not really cover 3. It's single high safety. Let's see here. So they double him over here. Why does number 4 get out there to double? Yeah, I don't understand the White Bear covers. They're like, nah, just call max protection, double everybody. Incomplete. And White Bear gets the ball back. Yeah, that's a strange play call. I don't know. Smart on White Bear for changing up what they were doing on 4th down. Stillwater was expecting, and you saw, what did they do? Stillwater went back to that tight end vertical over the middle, but this time he's actually covered. Tried to throw it back to Owenegi, but again, ball is thrown way too wide. And which way does he break? Does he break inside? He breaks inside. No. He breaks, he opens that way, but then loops back in. Whereas if he just opened and came to the sideline, he'd be there. Which is, based on where Mr. Kinsey threw the ball, looks like that's what he was expecting him to do. But no, he looped back inside and they weren't able to connect. All right, inside zone, White Bear. Yeah. They're just pinballing. Do we get double teams? We get double teams. Double team, double team. Oh, yeah. And then you can just push them into the backer at that point. Fantastic double teams, White Bear. Oh, they finally get him down. Eventually. Yeesh. White Bear's got some momentum now. Maybe they can go down and score and take the lead. Another inside zone. Stillwater, do we not know how to stop inside zone? It's all that White Bears run at this point. What in the world just happened? The ball was snapped, and look, the receivers have no idea what the play is. They're both standing there looking. The quarterback is trying to throw a bubble, and they're like, huh? Huh? Oh my goodness. Quarterback, what do you do before you call plays? You got to make sure that the offense knows what they're doing. If you see your 2 receivers that have no clue, coach, you see 2 receivers that have no clue, call the timeout. They are so lucky that was just incomplete. But again, it's a waste of a down. Now you're in 10 personnel, you're behind the sticks, obvious passing situation. Ain't no way they're about to run a draw out of this. It'd be so dumb. There's the dig over the middle again. Where's the running? So they blitz one inside backer. They blitz outside. Is Stillwater in a 2-4 nickel? No, because 49's a D end. So you have stand-up D ends. Corner, corner, safety, safety. And then here's your 4 linebackers. He's apexed. He's apexed. If he's going, then you need to stay in your hook to curl. He doesn't. Or he needs to stay in his curl route. He gets way too far inside that way. Yeah, that's a big problem. Once he gets inside that way, again, if you just stayed in your zone, that pass doesn't go anywhere. And that's the second time they burned them on the dig. Why are you getting all the way out there? And you don't need to. You have a defender in the flat over there. Look, you're getting way too close to his zone. You stay in your zone. There's no completion. You might even get the pick. Yeah, that's just a bit of a brain fart in the inside linebacker there. But hey, credit to White Bear. If they're going to keep giving you that, keep taking it. They're saying Stillwater jumped. Nobody penalty. What's the pass? Ain't no way they get this many yards on inside zone. Do we get double teams? He's too far out. Why bother? The defensive end went outside, and the outside linebacker went outside. You have 2 guys in C gap. You have nobody in B gap. Both the inside linebackers are cheated over this way to the strong side. There's literally nobody there. Wait, this has to be a Stillwater defensive misalignment. Something is wrong here. Why are you cheated over that way? Why? You messed up. Or if that's a play call, why are you telling your defense to do that? Yeah, that's definitely a big question mark there. I don't know, Stillwater. 10 personnel. What do we got, White Bear? Inside zone again. Yes, sir. Double teams. Nope, quarterback lead. It's funny because it's not like they're out scheming Stillwater. They're just running like the most basic stuff. And they're just basically pushing them around. Like, it's just inside zone, all these plays. See, there's another one. And again, edge defender comes way too wide. Oh. It's late. I'm yawning. That's my buddy number 10, the linebacker that was randomly gone. He comes in and he does eventually make a tackle outside. Interesting. Come up. Stillwater's in a 3-4 defense. White Bears got to score here, man. They're at the goal line. Inside zone again. They just keep pushing. I don't know if they got there. Marking him short. Marked him short, but it's a first down. A lot of random plays that aren't plays here. They're going to call inside zone. Why would you call anything else? What did Stillwater do here? They call a jam front? They did. They hit him with jam. They gave him an up call. Cover 0. They do a solid job pushing back. I don't know if they got penetration. Oh, well, apparently not, because the running back just somehow kept pushing, and he squeezed out over there. He's like a pimple. Look at this. I'm going to pop. I'm going to pop. I'm going to pop. When do I pop? Am I going to pop? And what good effort by him to keep pushing through. I pop. Boom. Pimple popped. That's a good effort, because if he just stopped right here, maybe the officials can't see it, and they're like, oh, I don't think it's a touchdown. Whereas if you make an effort to get through the end zone like that, that's going to be obvious. You got a touchdown. And just like that, White Bear now takes the lead. Kicker's going to hit the extra point. We've seen his kicks. Nice. Boom. Give him a touchback. Make him go the length. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 80 yards Stillwater. Let's go. Long third quarter. Motion, power. Okay, so it might be a little too predictable here. At least we get much better blocks. H-back gets a nice kick-out block. Number 4 probably should have been flagged for hands to the face, but, you know, whatever. Looks for the inside. Guard makes a nice pull on the inside. And once again, this play is ruined by a Stillwater receiver doing nothing. The corner that he could have been blocked, he leads right into the play to make the tackle. Stillwater, why are we doing that? I am banning all Stillwater wide receivers from running inside on an inside run play. Why? Yeah. IQ is decreasing here, Stillwater. Not a fan of that. Gotta have receivers block the corners on the edge. If you like it, think about that. If our buddy here just blocks and tries and turn him out instead of coming inside so far, who's left to make this tackle out here? He's blocked. Guard comes around and hits him. That's a touchdown Emilio right there. Like, receiver blocking makes big plays, man. We choose not to do it. We choose not to have big plays. Ain't no way it's about to be powered again. Nope, this time it's toss. We get solid reach blocking. It's nice. Reach blocks a lot better. They realize, well, I can't reach over him, so I'm just going to drive you out. And doesn't stay engaged. Is this the left tackle or the tight end? That's the tight end. Yeah, he knows. He's like, oh, that's 65. They brought in another lineman as a tight end? They called tackle over. It's an unbalanced look. The tight end's over here. Yeah, because he's off, he's on. Interesting, Stillwater. I like that, though. It keeps the tight end eligible. So that's a smart way. If they've been doing that on the rest of the unbalanced eye stuff and I didn't notice it, I'm an NPC. I'm going to give them some credit there. You know, they still got a nice amount of yards. Emilio falls forward. White Bear Lake doesn't necessarily tackle forward. They let guys fall. And you ran a quarterback sneak with Nick Kinsey? I mean, White Bear Lake wasn't set. I'll take it. Good call. Are they in a 2-4 nickel or are they in a 3-4? What have they been in? They're in a 3-4. All right, we'll take it. What do we have on the field here? Looks like they got caught in a personnel. Why are you changing personnel? They're still in 21 personnel. Are they switching to a 4-4 front? I don't think so, because nobody got down. I don't know if he's a defensive lineman. He's a defensive lineman. I think they were trying to switch to a 4-man front, and they just could not get personnel changed in time. And Stillwater caught him in a change. That's not a real play. Why are there so many, like, not real plays here? Oh, well, it makes it easier. That means there's not actually 184 plays left. Play action. We hit the tight end. Nope, come back again. Mr. Eggy makes it. We get the connection. Big play, Stillwater. Next up, you got the momentum now. What are we calling? Stillwater's going to go score again, question mark? Power. Oh, boot. Was that supposed to be play action off of power? Mr. Eggy looked like he was blocking. He looked like he was not expecting a route here. I think Nick Kinsey had to just throw this away because he opened the wrong way for power. He couldn't get all... Actually, you know what? Look, the ball, he lost control of it. Yeah, he bobbled it here, and he couldn't get the handoff because he bobbled it. And he's like, screw it, just throw it over to Owen. So, got to be able to handle the ball. That could have been a nice power on first down. We unbalanced again? No, because 80's over there. Interesting, he can't go on a pass concept. And we... Why do we keep going to stretch? Is this the safety that comes up? No. It's the corner. If you're not going to block the corner... And again, look, he realizes, oh crap, I can't go inside. I got to stay outside. That can't be a corner. Number 59 is a cornerback, but he's on a receiver out there. 59 is a DB? That's not a DB number. Maybe that's to be intimidating. Well, we're going to have DBs be O-lineman numbers now. Okay. Either way, did a good job. He contained his edge, and there was nowhere for Stillwater to go. Why bother with the play action? It's 3rd and a mile. Are we in a nickel? No, we're not in a nickel. Safeties, do not cheat down. Stay back. Good safeties. Where's the safety help over the top? Thankfully, Mr. Kinsey overthrew it, but it was there. Again, because this safety stepped down for no reason. He's coming across. You should be going deep. White Bears got to work on their coverage. I think their coverage is kind of like Park Cottage Grove. A little bit too complex for their own good. And just like that, because of a mishandled snap on first down, Stillwater's offense stalls out. Now White Bear gets the ball back. They're already up by 3 points. They are pinned back deep, though. Gotta love that Stillwater punt. Ooh, very generous bounce. Very nice. 10 personnel. White Bears in 10 personnel. They want to pass this deep in their own zone? Throw up a fade. Ain't no way. Nope, I didn't think so. Had his man beat, but not the most accurate pass. Now what are we doing? Go back to the run game, 12 personnel? Yes, we are. Look at that. How predictable. Inside zone? Don't mind if we do. Maybe they call it duo. Yeah, it might be a little bit of duo. Nice. They're going to go back to it, this time to the other side. Come on, White Bear. But again, if it's not broke, why fix it? What's mind-boggling me is the same run play. It's just inside zone again and again. And Stillwater doesn't know how to stop it. This is a team you've played... This is the 107th game in a row. Like, what? Also, penalty. Receivers are not set. He makes a weird step inside. Yes, sir. And even then, it's an illegal formation. You only have 5 on the line here. Plus 1 is 6. You have 3 receivers off, plus 4. 5 men in the backfield. That is a penalty. Which is funny. How do you mess up a punt formation? I don't know, but White Bear managed to mess up a punt formation. Oh, they actually swap teams out and get the punt off. Now you're giving Stillwater a short field. And there's a flag on top of it. Oh, I think holding over here, that's what they threw the flag on. Yeah, they both saw it. Oh well. Minus 10 yards for Stillwater. Play action. Anytime they pull... This time it's not the center. At least pulling the backside guard. But you know it's not power. Look at what the fullback does. He doesn't go the right way. It doesn't look like power. So, yeah, I don't know about that one, Stillwater. Missing one of your key elements of power. Also, he's on the wrong side. So, obviously, it's play action. Yeesh. Oh, offensive lineman downfield. Yeah. Come back to Owen Eggy. He doesn't even look like he's running comeback. What are his routes? He's like, oh, I'm going to come back here. And then he runs inside towards another receiver? Huh? I'm not sure I'm a fan of the improv going on over here. Doesn't seem like we're on the same page. Unbalanced? Yes, it is. Toss left, stretch left, jet sweep left. And once again, where's our reach block? 88 does not get a reach block. 78 doesn't get a reach block. Does 21 help with the reach? No. If you can't reach block to get seal the edge, don't bother doing any of this. Like, who's able to get over there? Is it 41? No, it's 96 or 99. Look, he does a great job chasing down the line. Or 96. Where does 96 come from? He's right here. He keeps pursuing. He fights off a double team and attacks. That's just great. Yeah, I'm getting STMA vibes, Stillwater. Maybe we at least there is sort of a double team. Not quite. Maybe we got to take stretch out of the playbook or outside zone. It's got to go. Hey, we're at least in the fourth quarter. Home stretch. I'll be able to go to sleep soon. I think this might be my longest stream ever. If you combine all the different parts... Yeah, it's been 4 hours since my PC crashed before midnight. Wow. Where are we going, Mr. Kinsey? What's the play here? We got flood. I don't know, these two ended up in the same spot. Something seems off about that. He's going out. That's covered. It's more of like a Z spot route right here. Like Eastridge likes to do stuff like this. The only problem... You're bringing him over right into it. If it's supposed to be more of a Z spot, he's not supposed to go in as far. He's got to stay more up right here, come back a little bit more inside. And you can tell, look at where Mr. Kinsey threw it. That's where he's expecting his receiver to go, but receiver didn't go where he was supposed to go. So, incomplete. Oh, I haven't even made my bed yet. Maybe it's a guest room kind of night. Yeesh. And Stillwater, once again, is forced to punt. They're still missing somebody. He's like, yeah, get out here. Go line up there. Punt, get the kickoff. At least we're pinning White Bear back deep. They got to go over 90 yards to make something happen. And I don't think I can trust White Bear to get me 90 yards. Make that 92 yards. Inside zone. Hey, Stillwater did a better job plugging it up this time. I don't know why they're widening out so far. If you ran inside zone the other way, you could have had something there. But you get a decent block of walls right here. You get a double team. Yep, double team the point of attack. But you missed the inside backer. Who is the tackle looking at? If the tight end has to take the edge defender, you need to get backer. Yeah, and again, they're doing that same thing where the safety stack down here, two backers here, and outside backer, outside. It's the same look you've gotten all game. How are we not blocking this? I don't know, White Bear. We're missing some key blocks at the point of attack. What do we have now? Wing twins? Essentially a wing twins look. Toss. Nope. I don't know why I bother. It's inside zone. What's the only play White Bear knows? They still got 5 yards out of that last one when it was blown up? Oh. Oh. Stillwater. He lets go. He's like, hey, I let go. And then he just throws me down. Yep, White Bear coaches are asking for it. The Stillwater coaches on the sideline are like, no. Why? They're just looking in awe. Actually, no, it really wasn't much of a reaction. I take that back. They didn't react all that much. Either way, now all of a sudden I'm seeing free yards for White Bear Lake. Come on. I don't know why it keeps doing that. And my GPU didn't spike that time, so I don't think it was GPU. Ugh. Who knows? CPU temp is staying nice, though. Windows is behaving itself. Power. Why bother running? And, well, he has to bounce it outside. So why does power not work here? Once again, what does my buddy number 11 do? He loves to dive inside. He loses edge contain. His poor buddy 34 has to try and desperately defend the edge out there from an inside hip. He can't take that angle. And the corner gets sort of there, but, I mean, it's a corner on a running back. They're going to be taken for a little bit of a ride. And why is the corner so far in? I get it's a dead end, but look, his first step is inside. Get out there. You don't belong there. Safety fills there. Like, yeah, I don't know. Stillwater definitely is leaving me with some questions. The fact that they keep letting him dive inside and him loop around, that needs to stop. Because he has so much trouble looping around. He's doing literally nothing by diving inside. Look, he gets double teamed and pushed around and literally washed all the way to the opposite side. Something punching up to the right. Ain't no way. You know what's funny? I said punching up to the right. It looks like it's supposed to be inside zone right. The running back went left. And the QB's like, huh? Stillwater, this is the team that we lost to? Huh? Is this your king? Like, what? Oh boy, White Bear. That's ugly. Stillwater, way to fill and make the play. Who came up and attacked? Defensive end, outside backer. It's our good old buddy number 10. Comes in nice and tight off the line, and instead of letting the guy fall forward like he did against Lakeville North, keeps the leg churning and drives him back. Number 10, you've improved. You get a huge thumbs up from Coach Lance. I love seeing the progress in a student athlete. So now White Bear's got 3rd and short, 3rd and 2, inside zone. Why not? Just call inside zone again. They called inside zone again. Oh boy. And look at that, double team at the point of attack. They blitz the inside linebacker into the double team for no reason. Now you're left with one of the safeties to come up and try and attack. Oh, he's trying his hardest. They might have given it to him, though. No. He's telling him, like, no, he's short. He's short, coach. He's short. No, they marked it. He wants a spot, but they're marking it first down. And they change it. They call it still says first down, but they're calling it 4th and inches because he was marked short of the line to gain. QB sneak. No, they just do a zone dive. Man, that's some Centennial right there. Nice. Solid play call. Gets you that yard you need. Also, number 41 was in there on offense. Nice. They're just using that kid everywhere. So now do we got? 12 personnel. Yep. Wing twins. Run to the left. Inside zoner lead. Hour. Oh my goodness. Stillwater's timing these blitzes so nicely and they come flying in. That's really nice. Even though he didn't make the play, look, he knocks the pulling guard way off course. That frees up the defensive lineman. 45 does an amazing job reading here. He comes in through the hole where the pulling guard came from. Yeah, I guess play side guard does get a double team. Defensive end does a great job working the play side tackle here. Fights half a man. Block sheds, helps the tackle. That's good defense. Stillwater. They won that one. Ooh. White Bear behind the sticks. Deploy 10 personnel. What do we got? Ooh, interesting. I see some teams doing that. I forget who it was earlier that did like the dig and then the post off of it. I think that was Stillwater against Lakeville North. But I really like that concept. The only problem is you threw it behind your receiver. If you throw it up here to where he's going, it might have some zest. You gotta be joking. They called pass interference. Well, when I say you gotta be joking, I don't mean like the refs are joking. I mean as in like, oh, I didn't see the rest of the play, so I'm surprised. There's yet another penalty. But now that we're watching this, yeah, he's completely tackled that 100%. Gotta keep fighting for the ball, man. Or is White Bear backing up? They call offensive? Flag waved off, I guess, because it was 2nd and... Yeah, flag waved off, 3rd and 11 still. You know they're gonna go deep. And... It looks like we're playing quarters. We should be playing quarters with flat, flat, and then take back out of the backfield with the 2 inside guys. Yep. Oh, and it was dropped. They called the exact same play. The only problem is the dig comes a little bit too shallow this time because he ducks inside of the backer. The safety, for some reason, both safeties cheat down. This safety will not stick to his zone. I don't know why that safety. He's been played all day on this. He will not stay in his zone. Number, is that 24? Or 12? What is this? 12. 12 will not stay in his cover 4 zone. He refuses to. If he played Prior Lake would be so annoyed. Like, you play something other than cover 4? To the bench! Like, wild. Oh, that's a bummer that it was dropped. You got to punt now. I mean, you're still winning, White Bear, but there's just about 8 minutes left on the clock. Stillwater gets the ball back. Personnel exchange, nothing happens. Pinned him back deep. They have to go 80 yards to try and tie this game. Or even try to take the lead. GH counter. We open. Yep, that's a good way. That's fine to do it that way. The guard and H-back bump into each other. Yeah, they don't bump into each other per se, but they both end up in the same spot and they block the same guy. And then you have guys unblocked that they could be hitting further downfield. Again, Stillwater, watch it. You played Edina twice. 3 times in the past 2 years if you count the playoffs in 2023. You should know how GH counter works at this point. Is this power this time? I didn't see who pulled. No, it's stretch. Double teams, the point of attack aren't the best, but the Ponies just keep pushing forward. Now we're 3rd and short. I gotta go power. We gonna go stretch again? Is there a penalty on that? No, what happened here? The ball was snapped early, and look at how low it was snapped. What a weird angle. Not all the O linemen went. They're like, oh crap, the H-back has no clue. Okay, H-back, just go and block somebody. You never turn around and look at your own ball carrier, even if it is a broken play. That's just bad luck, man. White Bear gets a stop at the end of the game here, all because... And you have to punt. You're this deep in your own end zone, or on your side of the field. Like, Stillwater, come on, man. That's a rough break. But again, that comes down to practice. Is your cadence too complex to the point where the kid can't figure it out? Because if that is the case, that's an easy fix. Have a better cadence so the kids understand, so that you don't have mistakes like that. Maybe White Bear pulled a Chanhass and they were calling out the cadence. And they made the center snap it on accident. I should say on purpose. Could be a thing. Play action because they pull a center. Yeah, this whole center pulling thing is wild. Both teams have tried doing it, and it just... More so White Bear than Still... I don't think Stillwater did it, but White Bear did. Oh, no! No! How did they... Are they playing cover 4 or 3? Cover 3. But he randomly goes deep. Number 5, there's safety. And again, you have 2 guys. Why are they stacking the safety over there? I don't understand the safety stacking for Stillwater. It makes 0 sense. You should be putting him to the 3-by-1 side, not behind a blitzing outside linebacker. Oh my goodness. This doesn't even look like the route he's supposed to run. It's the H-back, right? He just makes an adjustment. He does a whip. He does a kind of... He just stands there. 82's not even running a route. They just hit the H-back, and he's gone for a touchdown. It's 24-14 in favor of White Bear Lake at this point. He's trying to say push off. What do you mean push off? What do you mean? He didn't have anybody to push off. There's nobody covering him. None of you went with him. Yeah. Sorry, Stillwater, you're not going to fool anybody with that. There was no push-off because there was no defender anywhere near him. And again, if it's cover 4, which zone is he going into? He goes into this corner zone. Why'd the safety stop going with him? Where's the safety going? Safety's looking to take that corner. Corner's supposed to keep going deep. Nobody goes deep. They all got confused over their assignments. Zone is zone. If you're playing zone, stick with your cover 4 zone. And if you stacked a safety to that side and played cover 3, corner's going to be deep in that zone anyway. You never have to worry about that play getting off. Oh, Stillwater. Yeah. That was a coverage mistake. Ball bounced the field of play. Get a solid return here. Well, it was solid. Oh, he's reversing field. Oh, was there a penalty, like a face mask on the back of this? Something happened there that gave Stillwater an extra 15 yards. Because all the way up to the 45. That was a 15-yarder. Some kind of personal foul that we missed. Switch sides, obvious passing situation. They're in 10 personnel. Is this White Bear in the nickel? White Bear's in the 2-4 nickel. What do we got next? Another pass, 2-4 nickel. Ooh, stunt up the middle, but they're not stunting their athletic linebackers. They're stunting their slow D linemen. And look at this. Look at how slow the stunt is. Stillwater was not fooled by that. Gold star to the Stillwater center and guard for being able to pick that up. Forcing it deep. Is it there? Oh my goodness, it is. Oh, it was dropped. Come on. Nick Kinsey dropped that in the bread basket. He's able to hit passes that aren't even there. And you know what? It's a smart play because, again, White Bear's playing press coverage. They're at least doing... They're running man with 3 deep. Huh? 3 man under? I don't know. White Bear's defense is leaving me speechless. I've never heard of any such thing until today, I guess. Yay. Okay, 3x1, trips open. Obviously another passing situation for Stillwater. Another X stunt between the 2 guys up the middle. Oh, no, it's a run play. Nice. They called power against the X stunt. Got out of bounds. Nice chunk yardage play. Love that from Stillwater. Good call against what White Bear was doing up the middle on you. Empty set. You stuck the running back out there in the wide out. They're at a slot. Just a little X spot to pick up the first down. Nice little play. Some Madden right there. Oh, tried to hit a double move, and the receiver couldn't get the double move off. They gonna get a flag here? I don't think so. Nothing was called. Looked like he was expecting a double move, and the receiver just never hit the double move. When I say he, I mean Nick Kinsey looked like he was expecting a double move, and receiver just never gave him that. You got press coverage here. He's going to drop deep. Another good comeback route. Another first down Stillwater. Run play. What's a flag? False start. Is that what they called? Number left tackle here. Now he's set. Maybe I missed something. Did one of them move? Right tackle moved? Or is White Bear encroaching? That might be offsides for White Bear. I think that's what they called. I'm surprised that that official didn't call it, though. Yeah, White Bear. All you gotta do, White Bear, is get a stop against Stillwater, who's been kind of struggling to score on you, and you're just letting them pass at will. Where's the creative blitzes? They're nowhere. Fade. Ooh, solid defense. Did the pressure even get to Mr. Kinsey? Yes. Nice X blitz there. They were not expecting him to come around. Very creative, White Bear. We like it. And it affected the throw. Coverage was good. I'm surprised. White Bear is actually able to play some solid man coverage. On the flip side of that, Stillwater is down by 10 points with 4.5 minutes left on their homecoming night against White Bear Lake. Oh boy. Oh, you can't just throw the ball into the ground here. Right guard jumped. Oh, what is that? Yeah, they want another flag for that too, because they think that's unsportsmanlike. A lot of them want that. I don't know. You think Stillwater's frustrated at all about this? I wonder. Ooh. Where does he catch it? Caught it a little bit behind him. Gotta be a little bit more in front of him. QB was a little bit heated after that last play. Put a little too much zip on it. Did a good job stepping forward in the pocket. That's good. Had a guy wrapped around him, so maybe that's why the pass came inside a little bit more. If pass is outside here, I think we have something. Another pass, 3rd and 10. You got to at least get a first down. Oh, fade. He's there. And it's overthrown. He didn't even get pressured that time. And again, they're playing like man coverage now. Why aren't we doing... Yeah, it's essentially a cover one nickel package. See, here's your nickel again. Deep safety. Man, so why aren't we doing crossing patterns, Stillwater? Like Edina did to Egan. Do the thing where you have him come in like this and then go out. Then he comes underneath. I mean, that cooked Egan. White Bear's giving you the same kind of look. Huh. I guess not. Okay, take the field goal. I think they get this. Yep, locked down. You know what? Hey, Mr. Kinsey was able to lead them down to a field goal. Now the Ponies defense just has to get a stop. You have 2 timeouts left, 4 minutes and 11 seconds. That's easily doable. And that's a nice special teams recovery. They're behind the 20. This is still very well in Stillwater's control. Nah, I don't know about all them goofy hand signals. Who cares? Is that what they call when they shift right? Boom, shift right. Boom, shift right. And then does Stillwater's defense shift to the right? The front? So that's what that is. Boom, shift right. Boom, shift left. Thank you, Stillwater. Oh, nice blitz right at the hole. Fantastic. And it's inside zone again. It's the same play you've run all day. How do you not know this? Why is the sniffer on this side? Shouldn't he be over here if it's inside zone? That might be a formation issue there, White Bear. Good blitz by Stillwater. They take the timeout? No, there's plenty of time left. You can just let it roll. See what happens next. Okay, there's no play there. Oh, now we're getting close to the 186 play limit, but there's still 3.5 minutes left. White Bear's going to burn as much of this clock as they can. Ooh, it's just inside zone again, this time out of 10 personnel. No, it's the goofy thing where they pull the center. Look, the guard kicks the nose out, center pulls around him, gets the backer. It's kind of like a dive concept. It's actually pretty effective. Against a 3-4 defense, and then the backside guard is able to go straight up to the other backer. It's a nice look there, Stillwater. I like that. No, I'm sorry, White Bear. Wait, first down? How do they get a first down out of this? There's some kind of penalty called that I missed? Where did he go down at? The 25. There's some kind of 5-yard penalty missing out of the game here that got... Or a 5-yard run play. What was the clock at? 3:20? And then what's the clock at? 2:40. Yeah, there's a whole play missing right there. Yeah, that's cool. Way to skip a play. I want to see this one. What do we got here? Now if I'm Stillwater, now after that, whatever happened there, either if it was a run play or... I'm assuming it's a run play because another 40 seconds came off the clock. Yeah, that was a crucial stop, but I'm kind of glad we didn't spend those timeouts now. Oh, look at the Stillwater D line. They're still trying to get set up in their stances, but when the ball snapped. He blitzes right into a bunch of guys. We have a double team at the point of attack. No, Stillwater should do a better job with this, but the backer here just looks too tired. He just kind of catches the guard coming after him. It's a good job by the White Bear guard. He just keeps pushing. It looks like White Bear wants to win this. It looks like Stillwater's linebackers, the same inside backers I've given so much credit this whole video, have just finally hit their breaking point. When it comes down to it at the end of a game, your homecoming against White Bear is when we're going to give up. Another inside zone. Another first down, White Bear. Look at this. Yep, double team at the point of attack, and they just keep chugging. Not the biggest yards. Who comes around for Stillwater? 11 goes way too wide again. He's not coming down the butts to make the play. He's looping around. 84 pinches in, gets a little bit too deep. 34 decently fills. Poor 45 is getting pushed back. What happens to the nose guard here? Nose guard is tired. He is way too high up. The same kid that was decimating Lakeville North and making plays is now gassed against White Bear Lake, and he hits him with a spin move. That might be the biggest reason this doesn't work. Look at the spin move here. How are you supposed to push offensive linemen back when you have your back to them? You're not going to push them back. Not very wise. And you get a first down off of it. Now you're looking at that clock and you're like, crap, we already burned a timeout. It's a first down. Like, if you get the ball back, you're going to have next to no time. It's still possible at this point. And you know they're only going to run inside zone. Oh, God, they just crashed right down into it. Look at this. There's even any play. It's just like a pile of bodies. It's like watching Prior Lake. Except instead of bouncing it, they just are like, yeah, just run into the big guy. Oh, boy, White Bear. What do we do now? He moved forward. Slot receiver jumped forward. Yep. Penalty. All right. White Bear Lake might have shot themselves in the foot here. Clock stops. Stillwater has a chance. Or number 5 is going to catch it. Look, he's catching him. See? He's playing it so lightly. The corner over here wants nothing to do with contact. He's like, oh, duh, I missed. Whippy. Poor linebacker, number 45, is trying to get over there to help. He's like, I gotta help. I gotta let the team like have a chance to win. And what's this over here? Why are you punching a kid? Yep. Oh, that was almost dangerous. Wait, is Stillwater gonna take the time out here? White Bear took a timeout. 3rd and long, and they took a timeout. They must... No, that says the Ponies took a timeout. Yeah, there. I was going to say, he definitely signaled White Bear took the timeout. Scoreboard just marked it wrong. Interesting choice. I guess they just milk the entire play clock, get a good play call in. And this should be a penalty. Your right guard is not set before the ball is snapped. Yep. Well, that wasn't very smart, White Bear. That's like the 3rd time the quarterback hasn't checked to make... Like, how do you not check to make sure your offense is set before you snap the ball? Like, what? Come on. Stillwater still in their 3-4 defense. Looks like they have an overcall here, maybe. Nope, the nose isn't a 0, I think. No, he's not. He's in a 2. Interesting. Here comes the inside zone. Yep, they busted it up. Eden got good penetration. The nose guard got a little bit better penetration this time. He played lower, driving his legs. Low man wins in the trenches. It's a good job by the nose and the end on that side. And just like that, 4th down, let it run down as low as you can. Stillwater didn't take a timeout here. Yes, please load huddle. I would like it if you could load. We're just going to refresh it. We're on play 180. Play 180. There's only 4 plays left. How's there that few plays left? There's still like... Well, I guess there's only 15, 16 seconds. Who took the timeout here? White Bear took the timeout? They want to let the clock run down. Why did Stillwater not take the clock or let the clock? Why are they letting the clock run? They still have a timeout left. Are they saving that timeout for offense so that their offense can make a mistake? Your offense is going to have to go like 80 or 90 yards in 16 seconds. Huh? They punt, almost get there and block it. No, but again, you're not setting up a return. So now you have to go 74 yards, and you need to get in the end zone because you're down 7. Huh? You only have 9 seconds left now, too. What? That timeout isn't even going to matter now. You have 9 seconds on the clock. That timeout needed to be taken right here. You take that timeout there. You have 41 seconds. When you get the ball, now you've got 30 seconds. Instead, when you finally can run an offensive play, you have 9 seconds left. And you just have to throw up a Hail Mary. Like, you can't even get out of bounds at that point. He tries to lateral it. It's a fumble, and White Bear recovers. What was the play call there? And again, if you have the timeout, does the receiver know you have a timeout? Go down, take the timeout, and you at least have one shot at a Hail Mary. It's not going to hit with that much time. Maybe you can set up a hook and ladder. And they didn't even set up a hook and ladder here. What are they running? It's a comeback. But if it is, why is he... No, it's a hitch because he breaks to the inside. If it's a comeback, he should be breaking to the outside. Huh? Stillwater, none of what was called here is making any sense to me. The execution also doesn't make sense to me. Why is that kid pressured to lateral it when you have a timeout left? I have no idea what was called there. And again, should have used that timeout earlier just so that instead of the game being over right now, you still have like 40 seconds left on the clock. Well, 35 seconds. White Bear is hyped, man. Look at that. They cannot believe that they just upset Stillwater. And look at the Stillwater sideline. Or number 13. Nick Kinsey is like... What does he do on this play? Throws it out there, sees it's caught. And he's like, no, what happened? What happened? No. Dude, what am I doing here? Maybe this is the moment he decided he wanted to go to Ohio. Who knows? I don't know. Good little bit of sportsmanship right there, though. We love that. Wow. So, yikes. White Bear, we got to work on consistency with the double teams, the point of attack on inside zone, but you've done a much better job than the other teams I've seen, like Blaine or, funny enough, Stillwater has no clue how to run inside zone or split zone. Wow. Yeah, that was a shocking game. And then Stillwater. We gotta stop stacking the safety randomly. It's not working. You're getting confused at your own coverages. You're taking the safety out of the play for no reason. Like, that needs to change. At least the outside linebacker play improved this game from the Lakeville North game. White Bear Lake defense, you got a decent amount of creativity in your blitzes. You got to look at more stunts on the edge guys instead of just only stunts in the middle. They're a little bit too easy to pick up. And then I don't understand your coverage. Like, playing man is a pretty big risk. You might be able to get away with that against some teams, but if you, like we talked about with Egan, you play man coverage against Edina, you're not going to have any sauce. And then we're going to give a quick shout out to Mr. Owen Eggy now that I've seen him on film 2 games in a row. If you're going to Edina, you need to block. Simple as that. Got to learn how to block. You got Chase Bjorgard back there running GH counter. Ain't no more of this. And that, you know what? That's another point with Stillwater. Stillwater on inside runs, your receivers are no longer running inside into the play for no reason, taking unblocked corners in there with them. They're going to keep the corners out wide. They're not going to invite them to the party, and you're going to get big runs because of it. Boom. Yeah, but that's it for this stream. Again, I apologize that my computer crashed twice. That was super embarrassing. I think it's a Windows thing. All the specs are fine. RAM's fine. SSD was fine when I tested both of those. GPU is not doing anything, so that should also be fine. My big concern was the CPU. That's why I've been monitoring its temp over here, but I mean, it's stayed consistent the whole stream. It's not overheating, so yeah. I don't know. I think it was a Windows issue. I don't think it was any hardware. So moving on to next week. It's going to finally be June today. I didn't even realize it's June 1st. I was streaming so long, I forgot it's no longer May. Centennial versus Rosemount. That's what we're looking at next week. And we got a lot to say because Centennial, classic Flexbone team. I reference them all the time, but now we're finally going to sit down and watch them. And then Rosemount Irish. Rosemount are committing to a Flexbone offense. They had a whole deal about how all their staff went out to Harding University. For those that don't know, Harding D2 school, big Flexbone team. So I wonder what offense Rosemount's running. But yeah, that's going to be a big one. And then 2 weeks from now, Father's Day weekend, we got the big one, the Minnetonka and Maple Grove. Got to make sure the PC's in tip-top shape for that. So yeah. Thank you all for watching. Again, don't forget to subscribe. Go follow the Instagram account, Coach Lance. I got the link to the YouTube channel there. The link to the Instagram account is also on the YouTube channel. So go ahead and give a follow. And yeah, I will see you all next time. This was a long one. Maybe I'll splice it together so that we can get all 3 parts of that stream into just one long video.